Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? Yo, Peener? Nice. Ready to buy puts and watch the market grind up? It's Monday. What else would I do? I'm having a conversation with Chat GPT about selling time value. So terrible. That sounds pretty awful. Yeah. Happy International AI Day. Is that a real thing? BTU's in the 19s. Why didn't I load up in the 17s? Fuck my life. I don't know. I feel like I told everyone, "Hey, BTU is really cheap right now." And then everyone was like, "Oh my god, it won't stop going down." And then it stopped going down and now everyone's like, "Oh my god, why didn't I buy it?" It's hard doing stock analysis when you know that all answers will ultimately be proven incorrect based on people's interpretation. Like I could be like the market's going to go down tomorrow morning between 9:30 and 11:45 and half of you won't make money. Like the market could do exactly that. So, yeah. Can you make Tesla go down between those times? I'll do my best. Upstart's got a little bit of a thing going on here. That's interesting. I hope it goes a bit higher. All right. Let me see what put positioning is looking like. So had some puts coming in the pre-market this morning for a change, which is that's new. 4260, 4265. I would say those are bought. Given the positioning on SPY and QQQ as well. ES is moving to retest the, I think this is the 3 or the 2.25 standard deviation. Oh, very much double top. I don't have the bear meme handy, but it does look like a double top on the 5 and the 15 minute there. There could be some expectation by put buyers for the call side to break down this morning. It is relatively weak. Curious. Out of the money calls coming in 4,300. I think I know I didn't get a chance to write a daily today, but I think our upper range for today is like 4320. That's not only where the JPM collar is, but that's kind of where calls become much more heavily sold. They're pretty heavily sold at 4,300, but above 4,300 much more so. Sorry, I still have the audio turned up from the cat and dork yesterday. I haven't seen 25 in 85 years. You mean literally earnings? Check DM. What do you got, dork? Massive dark pool drift, roughly 5 BPS. Oh, interesting. What time frame are you looking at? Oh, curious. That's, I mean, that's more like spreads, right, than it is dark pool drift. But that's still a lot. Fills are below the bid. Oh, okay. Hmm. My broker called this the world's most hated rally and says it may continue due to that fact. Maybe. Straight to the moon today, or will the baby cubs come back from the dead? Well, the market makers from Friday probably have a bit of leverage to shed, although incoming calls could help balance that out. There are some. The fact that we're picking up volatility here at the top and not just failing is probably probably indicates that we'll be trading relatively flat. Although upside opens like this do tend to fail in the early part of the morning. I think what's more important is if we continue to fail or not. Let's see how NQ is looking today because that was a bit weaker on Friday. So NQ ripping out of the gate again. Also retesting the same high from Friday. Okay. Hmm. Oops. Yes. 4291, 4300. Hmm. Does Jimmy have strong resistance at 25? Yeah, very. Market up, VIX up. Woo. That's kind of exciting. NVIDIA 295? 395 rather. Goldman down. Visa down, Cat down. EPAM took a nosedive this morning. Baba down. Okay, Upstart GME up. BTU up. Nordstrom Affirm up. Hmm. Ooh, Fubo's moving. A little bit. Tesla up 2%. NVIDIA 0.3. Netflix 0.8. Alright. What do you think about PMCCs on Upstart? You want to buy leaps at like 2-year highs? The deep in the money leaps? I guess you could. Can you take a peek at Zom when you get a chance? Whenever I ask about it in Discord, people just say lol 130. Zom 130. I'll take a look. And it bounced up in the pre-market a little bit. Yeah. It should do well with OPEC, the OPEC oil cuts that are expected to start next month. I think most of the oil that didn't really perform very well like last week um will probably do better this like over the next coming weeks. With oil prices are probably going to go a bit higher. I think between Saudi Arabia and what was it, Iraq, there's cutting 1.4 million barrels a day. Services PMI in 2 minutes. Yep. The past 2 years on any mega caps monthly chart is quite funny looking compared to the last 20 to 30 years. Yeah, they pumped a lot of money in the system. Full disclosure, that guy never asked me about Zom, which is weird because I called the OPEC cuts like 2 to 3 weeks ago. I called them before that. Zom 130. Looks like the calls are getting stacked so far. Net gex going up. Yeah, it is. SPY with less than 3.5 million volume. Hard to believe no one has a sell target in this range. Why would you sell right now when everything's pumping? And they probably have a sell target slightly below this range if it starts to fall. US S&P Composite PMI final actual 54, forecast 54.3, forecast 54.4. US Services PMI 54.9, forecast 55.1. All right, so services and composite PMI both coming in lower. You see the VIX do that thing on PMI release? Yeah. You really should toss SPY on the bottom right chart. Why? You've already got the NVIDIA 500 and the SPX. Just combine them and really I broke negative 40% on GME. Oh, happy day. Congratulations. Bithead, I hope you're doing well, man. Give someone a hug today. They're at your door. P.S. Please stop this. My GME calls are printing. And it's making me feel uncomfortable. Noted, Bithead. Let me have this one thing, if only for 5 seconds. Fine. You just want to look at the funny candles. I know what you're up to. SPY's having a little bit of a liquidity problem this morning. One would say. Or it's having data issues with the NBBO. What time does the vacuum start? Let's see. What time are the auctions today? Uh, 3 and 6 month are at 11:30. Then I actually don't know what time the 26 and 13 week are. Yeah, they all look like they're closing at 11:30. Yep. It's totally normal for the 2-year to be 4.59 or 54. Hey, look, the 30-year is almost above 4%. 3.911. Good morning. Is GME covering? I don't think so. They grabbed a bunch of liquidity in the pre-market. Maybe a tiny bit. Give it like an hour, and I could tell you. Oh, maybe I could see here. Oh, that doesn't look super good. Hmm. Maybe on the underlying, but not on the ETFs. But it's hard to tell because there's not enough time has passed. Let's see. Some of the call gamma breaking down, put interest picking up. Some put interest actually picking up at like 42.90, 85, and 42.75 as well. That's interesting. Russell and Dow are down today. VIX is up 15. I don't think SPY's halted. No data? Maybe no data? All right, well, pack it up, boys. That's the end of the trading game. I'm going to go get a job. It's been a really fun 2 years. Market's over. So I really enjoyed hanging out with all of you every day. Unsubbed. I'm telling you, I'm leaving here, threatening with unsubscribing. Well, I mean, they got rid of the spy here. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. I won't allow it. Okay, all right, calm down, Code Black. If the market crashes, will my spy puts be useless? No, but if spy blows up, they will be. Can I be a quant now that it's all done? I'll even settle for mod. I don't know what the point of that would be. Carl, I've always loved you. Have you read The Volatility Smile? Hold on, I just lost your comment. By Emmanuel Dermond. I think I've read the one that's published by Wiley. I think it was Wiley. Is he the author? Is your GME ticker frozen too? No, GME's trading. It's just boring. Uh-oh. What's VIX doing right now? Sorry, Upstart. Oh, it's awkward. Are investors divesting their stocks? Data issues on arguably the most traded equity asset, SPY. Tantalize me. They make me feel bearish in my loins. I think that's a different book, the volatility surface. I don't think so. I feel like it was called the volatility smile. It might have been by him. I just remember it was like a text. I don't remember the author's name. I'll look it up. Yeah, Derman and Miller. He really just like spends a lot of time masturbating to the idea that Black-Scholes model is the greatest thing ever. But is it? Yeah. Did they do this to slow down GME? No, they don't care about GME. I'm considering taking assignment on my $20 GME cover call for next Friday. Chances of GME getting below 20 must be high, right? I'd be taking a roughly 45% loss, $40 cost basis. I mean, you wouldn't, right? Because you have well, I guess it depends when you sold your $20 cover call. If you sold it in the money, You'd also have premium received. But anyway, um, I don't know. Earnings is the day after tomorrow. Does VIX have a pull start cable or is it electric start? I've been doing a lot of forearm exercise and I would happily restart the VIX for everyone. Well, someone did that this morning, but it's fucked everything up. Have you read Green Eggs and Ham? I think it has correlation to market volatility and charm. No, but one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish is a required reading for financial engineering. Did you dump the entire call side of your straddle at the top there, or holding some still? I'm still holding a few. Ah, yes. Totally normal. This isn't weird at all. Nothing to see here, people. Just a regular 22 BPS candle. Are they pulling the fucking call position? Hold on. The data for SPX is fine. I don't know if it's so much a bull trap as like a last gasp kind of deal. Futures did not like to taste the sweet nectar of 4,300. But taste it they did. ISM activity employment factory order misses. Oh, those are at 10. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought the ISM ones were coming out at the same time as the PMI. Okay, so services PMI down, factory orders also down month over month, services employment down, business activity down, services prices down. That's good. Services new orders also down. Factory orders X transportation negative 0.2, which is actually a beat. So hmm. A little bit of profit taking on the call side, but not a lot. Hmm. All data down and below forecast. 616, 4,000 can't happen, right? Sure, it could. Is it realistic? Not particularly, but it could happen. Is Target going out of business? No, but they're getting hammered by all the negative data. Speaking of which, the target position from last night, you may want to wait on an entry. Or at least hedge. It's falling into the lower price range. Apple all-time highs. Yeah. It's doing well for itself. Mm. It doesn't look super bearish. Bullish. Well, that does. Interesting. Okay. And Q's still pushing. Holding on to the 14.6 level. Is this part of the cartoon where they pull the rug out and everyone just hangs in the air for a second before falling? We'll see. There's still a lot of zero DT call interest. I still think that like 4,300 is definitely on the table today. Until we get an actual breakdown, that's gonna be the way it is. You see the news about the F-16 doing a sonic boom? No. This weekend I learned there's a sub for TQQQ. Fools are literally buying and holding it. Yeah, people do that. Target just built a 1.86 million square foot in DC in Paris, California. Okay. Target's issue is not the boycott. First of all, no one's reporting their monthly sales, so you wouldn't know if it's affecting it or not. And then, lastly, yeah, tea's cheap. Lastly, their issue is discretionary spending, and has been for a couple months. Costco and Walmart are experiencing the same decline, but they sell far more consumer staples than Target does. Never attribute to malice what can rightfully be attributed to stupidity. Is there an RSPX? This is a question you could answer on your own, Dugston. If you crash the market right now, I will super chat you $5 whole. Ugh. I hope it rips. Isn't the data bearish? Sure. But all the data's been bearish. You think the ISM numbers are the tipping point? That's what breaks the camel's back. A rogue Cessna with a family on board went 300 miles off course into restricted airspace. DoD dispatched 2 F-16s, and everyone thought we were getting bombed. Oh, okay. Is that why Spy froze? I take it back. Unwatching, I'm subbing and unliking. So wait, okay. The plane didn't get shot down, but it crashed and everyone died. All right. Are you still fond of Lilliputs? Not particularly. Although I don't know how much of like the current jump in price is just because of the index rally. Did Google have news that I didn't see today, or just following the market? I'm sure Google had news. Google has news every day. Yeah, not really. It's some keynote conference thing. No, I think it's mostly just tracking with QQQ. Nasdaq's up a lot this morning. Yeah, Netflix is up. Apple's doing okay. Google's doing pretty well. Amazon, yeah, not so much. It's called Google News. It's a service. The Russell is drilling. It's down 180 BPS. Hold on one second. BlackRock letting Gherkin know that the rug pull button has been activated. You know, that's not how that works. Yeah, yields tank when people buy bonds, but the auctions haven't even started yet. Yeah, and the money call positioning at 42.80 is staying pretty strong. I want to keep an eye on QQQ as well. I'm gonna watch this for a second too. Seems like they fixed whatever data issue the SPY was having. Yeah, we won't see a move update till tomorrow. Unless someone here has access to it live. $41.50 end of the week. Too greedy? Yeah, I mean that's pretty risky. For like end of week theta, I wouldn't be targeting anything below like gamma neutral, which is at 41.91. How quickly can Tesla drag down? Pretty fast. Puts have been accumulating on it for like a week and a half now. Pretty slowly, but they've been coming in. I think we started to see a little bit of profit taking on the call side Friday. If this starts to fail today, most of the calls are shorter dated. So they'd probably take profits as well. And then yeah, it's got some range. 1 second. All right. We got DoorDashed a frozen breakfast sandwich. Fantastic. 1 second. All right. I don't have $2 billion. Jesus Christ. If I had $2 billion, I'd have a chef. And if he brought me a frozen sandwich, I'd fire him. I am cute, Ready Player Dan. Cute as fuck. Guy probably froze the sandwich inside of the ice packs. Is it soggy too? No, it's frozen hard like a rock. It's not an ice cream sandwich. It's like a bacon, egg, and cheese. VIX is definitely being weird, and I'm here for it. I'm excited about the idea. I really like the idea of SPX failing 4280. I just don't know if it will. How loose are the stops on your SPX calls? I'm already stopped out of the calls. Both the spread and the straddle. Both spreads, actually, and the straddle. Although the spreads were mostly to capture, like, the weekend theta. Thankfully, we didn't have, like, a crazy move this morning in either direction. I'm trying to be more patient and not trade in the opening hour. Today was tough, but is a perfect example of why I should stick to this rule. Yeah, that's reasonable. SPX is like fucking incapable of being read. It's a little tough. I don't know. I think it could fail here. We're definitely at like the lower end of the bigger call interest. But if in the money calls keep coming in and they are in excess of the out of the money puts, then we'll stabilize. If the opposite is true, then I think we'll fail. Right now, it does look like more out of the money puts are being purchased than in the money calls are being bought. Out of the money calls are kind of falling off, so that helps a bit. But it's definitely it could go either way thing here. I mean, they could just flood in with 0 DTs again and rip this fucking thing to the moon, because you know how much they love doing that. Any advice on Upstart? Is it worth getting back in? When can you be my cool uncle? You know, the usual questions. I don't know. I bought a bunch of puts on Upstart this morning. Like a lot of them. There was a big liquidity grab in pre-market. They're up, I think. Yeah. Not a ton, but they're up. Hmm. Hmm. VIX is much more reactive today. They're buying every candle open on ES again. This is always my favorite. This does look like a failure, by the way. Or starting to. Guess we'll see if future sellers come in. Selling covered calls in this market is much more fun than the past few months. It'll definitely put you on the edge of your seat. Hmm. 1 second. Ah, fuck. Whatever. Good morning ending. Really anxious to see what GME price does after earnings. We'll see what earnings look like. What a great put entry if you didn't get one at the top. I guess it's time to face melt up. I don't know about that. Still a struggle, but yeah, more calls coming in out of the money again. Support kind of found near closing on Friday, like 42.85. Hmm. It happened like as soon as you got up and left. Whatever. It's fine. I have plenty of puts. I think I just got stopped out at break even on them anyway. How are they spinning this as bullish? Are we living in an echo chamber and missing something? Spinning what is bullish? I mean, they tried to spin the employment, like the non-farm payroll data, as bullish, which, you know, on that side of the report, it is, right? But there were a lot of, and the unemployment is, based on a survey, so it's less impactful, but there were data points in the unemployment data that should have been noted. Some of them were pretty significant, like the rate of new files for unemployment has gone up drastically, and then people on unemployment has persisted. Part-time jobs are reduced by 100,000. Very unfortunately, uh, and someone else wrote a thing on Wall Street Bets that I saw. African American unemployment was up like 0.7%. So there was some very bearish data in there. Besides, the unemployment just being up 0.3. Is SXP a better play than SPY if not playing SPX? It can be. You get the tax treatment on it, which is nice. The biggest problem with XSP is liquidity. It can be hard to find liquid strikes. I'm about to join the 0.7%. So that's still a thing that's happening. All right, I got stopped out of those. What's Nvidia doing? Interesting. Nvidia is getting a lot weaker in its upper ranges. Why did Spy Hall? I think it was a data issue. Everyone check our DoorDash or picture Girk's front door. I've been delivering customers frozen breakfast sandwiches for the last 87 years, hoping to target Girk. Today I was successful. Well, so the door guy quit. So now they just let everyone in. So like all the Amazon deliveries and UPS and Whole Foods and all of that shit, they just come to my door now and bang on it, which is annoying. I wonder if I could just do like like I could do an analyst position, like work from home for like 15 different funds at once and just give them all the same plays. Right? Dear God, it's genius. You do that now, it's called Dillionaire. Yeah, but I'd get paid a lot more by them. You get, performance fees and stuff. I know, I know. But for like 3 months, Mr. Poopy Pants. You could just make a fund. I know. But then I have to deal with clients. I don't like dealing with clients. I haven't been able to watch yesterday's stream yet. Do you touch on GME's earnings expectations? Yes. I've touched on them here too. I think EPS beat is possible. Positive free cash flow is likely, and revenues will probably miss. You wouldn't have to deal with clients. I'm here. Oh, wait, now you want me to hire you? You think if you continue what you and the quants are doing, you'll eventually make $1 billion? I think if I continue what me and the quants are doing, I'm more likely to lose $1 billion, but hopefully at some point that turns around. It's not your fault, Dork. Yeah, because freeloading subs asking the same 4 questions are way better than clients. Yeah, actually. The whole dynamic changes when you're responsible for their money. See, right now, when people are like, Win Moon, what's MOASS? Have you thought about GME earnings? I can just tell them to fuck off. You have a fiduciary responsibility to clients, and you can't do that. So you have to listen to them. Imagine listening to Half Squart on the phone bitch about his position 12 hours a day. That's what dealing with clients is like. Except it's a doctor It's, 3% of his discretionary income and he's bored at work. Just be an RIA at a bank, you're basically unregulated. Yeah. But that opens, you're open to a lot. You're exposed to a lot of risk that way. Imagine having to listen to Warden without the $3 Ko-Fi every time. You mean walk-in? I think y'all are killing it, man. This is one of the hardest markets to trade in recent history, and the amount of experience you're gaining is priceless. I hope so. Yeah, I hope that the data we generate now through this period is far more valuable in more stable markets. Good luck having clients that send you the creme de la creme foot pics. I just checked it in the freezer, and I don't want to go get it. Realistically, though, you could create a niche fund, and the pickle jar would fund more than you think. I think you would be somewhat surprised how much institutional money the pickle jar could pull. I don't think so. I mean, it's not like people haven't offered, right? There was one guy that was in here for like 2 weeks that was like, "Hey, I have like 6.5 million that I want managed. Just tell me what to do with it, and I'll give you like a 10% fee." And then he left like 3 days after that. It was very odd. Client shows up with a stream card asking, "What can I get for this?" Can you make an ETF instead? That's harder. That's the FBI, probably. He might have just lost it all in 3 days. I just bought my first options contract, GME $23 call that expires on the 9th. Thanks for the push to try new things. It's a small step, but a fun one. Nice, man. SPX test incoming. Looks like it. I'm probably gonna get ready to sell more bear call spreads. Not yet. What's the upside range on this move? Like 43.10. Hmm. It's gonna take a minute. It's kind of scary to play the upside because of the auctions at 11 to 11:30. 5 million to start a fund, 20 mil to get noticed, 100 mil to get institutional interest. Yeah, that's about right. Do you have the Greeks for GME and Upstart? I do. Here. I know I didn't put them in the daily. Uh, there you go. What time Treasury garage sale? It starts in 8 minutes. Finalizes at 11:30. 3 million volume candle on the SPY. Oh. Call's still coming in out of the money. 310, 305, 4,300. I don't think they're sold. And yeah, it looks like things are getting a little more bullish. So we're probably going to run up into that upper range. they're not shorting volatility as heavily today, but they are buying a lot of calls. So we'll say that the end of this week is shaping up to be a bit more bearish, though. Hey, Gert, do Treasury count as cash equivalents for SLD? Well, no, because you can't deposit them directly. They do count towards their margin, but you can't. I mean, it's not a deposit on hold, right? So they're marginable securities, but they're not part of the deposit. How is it assumed that Nvidia will have an EPS of 194 next earnings because that's what they said at their earnings? Chances of a large GME short coming in before earnings. That'll just depend on what the markets do. If indexes drop, they'll short GameStop. If they don't, then there's really not a lot of liquidity. Palantir Technologies awarded 463 million multi-year technological solutions contract by U.S. Special Operations Command 2 hours ago, but news to me. Oh, cool. Last earnings was the high 27, also visible in the Gamma Max at that time. Yes. Yeah, I believe it was like, what was Gamma Max that day? I can look. Hold on. Gamma Max on the day of earnings was 2278. Or well, that's the day after, I guess. Yeah, 2278, and we hit a high of 27. So it was a little above 15% above Gamma Max. Not much. And then, yeah, obviously it failed. There's no way what? First time chatter with a question. Should Jamie break GM? What are the odds that flash pumps to a super high random number like 4228 that is completely random and in no way significant to my port? Thanks. If it does, if it like volatility halts, there's a chance that bids fill up um at like much higher values. We've seen that happen before. Although with the price this low and GME, you know, having a relatively more stable bid ask nowadays. That may not be true anymore. I just saw a 65K sell order on GME. It didn't move the price at all. Okay. I mean, that's not a lot. Does everyone forget that GME has a float of like 300 million shares now? I've tried to ask this a few times, so fingers crossed. Have you ever bought a bathing suit and cut out the liner? If so, have you thrown out the suit and worn just the liner? If so, can you describe it slowly? I've cut the liner out of a bathing suit before, but I've never put the liner on afterwards. I would imagine it would be breezy. $42.28 would be nice for me too. If GME hit like 42 or $50, I'm not sure I would have GME anymore. You already sold your GME, Popcorn Trader. Are the Pigeon Wheels invited to join the hedge fund, or will it be open bid? I mean, the problem with making a hedge fund is you have to be why am I drawing a blank on this? I can't think of it. You have to be rich. Yeah, not a poor. No, it's on ISA. Accredited investors. Thank you, Lawrence. Or Big Dilly. What does that mean? How do you qualify? Don't be poor. Let's literally what it means. I mean, they say they want people with professional finance experience who are also not poor, but it mostly just means don't be poor. With GME liquidity so low, what would it have to look like to get back to all-time highs? I don't know. People would have to start buying options on it again. A breakout from here would look like 10 to 15% above Gamma Max, which is at 25.50. I would say at most it could maybe brush shoulders with 30, but even that would be excessive and probably not last. How do you feel knowing that you have more GME than most of SS now? If anything, you're a champion of HODL. I mean, that's what you do if you believe in a company, right? Is you just buy it and hold it and sell cover calls on it. So check out the options chain. It's dog shit. I've already looked at it. I honestly don't understand why you believe in GME. I think they have potential, but I also think that maybe their board and management are stupid. If I was an activist investor and the market crashed, I would buy a stake. Because I think there are things that they can do that would, make them very profitable. I just don't think they're doing those things. I don't think anyone's mentioned the secret DDS DD yet, and I just want to say thanks. I don't know what you're talking about. No, I wouldn't start an NFT marketplace hedge fund. Please do that if the market crashes. No. I want to buy a stake, and I'm not even an activist investor. Can you touch on why GN for GME has gone down so much in the last week? And if this signifies anything in particular, probably signifies more in the money sold calls and bought puts, which have, well, not gone up a lot, but they've moved. It doesn't take a lot for them to move around now because there's so little interest on the chain. Hmm. Speak at the shareholders meeting. Gross. He just broke the first rule of secret DDS. There is no gamma max on DDS. It doesn't have an options chain. It wasn't just about DDS. It was that you put your entire private trading philosophy in the DD. Wild and unexpected, but most of all appreciated. I don't want to create a 100% GME ETF anymore. That was a great idea. Like a leveraged GME ETF would have been really fun back in 2021. Now, lame. Even early 2022. We think there's potential to hit August 16 highs on SPX. I don't think we're that far off, right? We can come close. The JPM collar is at 43.20, so it's gonna be a little bit of an issue. Also, there's no calls there. All the calls at like 43.30 are mostly sold. I think Jimmy should buy Bye Bye Baby. I often find myself at Walmart buying Funko Pops, diapers, and other newborn essentials. If I could hit Jimmy for that, this would be a game-changing revenue stream. Are you serious? Why do people buy Funko Pops? What the fuck is wrong with you, everyone? What a useless piece of shit to own. It's like a pet rock. I know you're not. That leverage GME ETF just keeps being delayed. It was supposed to go live today. It was delayed till June 9th. What? There's been no. What the fuck are you talking about? They're actually gonna open a leverage GME ETF. You can hide your weed in it. Hmm. Why do you need to do that? I'm gonna say if you buy items intended for a baby at GameStop, you shouldn't have children. All right, Joe. What do you think about prop accounts? I don't like them. Good luck. Make sure that the one you're getting into isn't a scam. Some of them are, some of them aren't. You can do well as a prop trader. They don't care if you do well or not. But if you do well, they benefit if they're legitimate. That's on GME straddles for earnings. Probably not worth it. I've tried them before. They usually suck. Sometimes well, they used to be okay. They've sucked recently. Usually the IV crush makes it not worthwhile on both sides of the trade. I had like a small like a small part of my position was like at the money puts on the last earnings. That wasn't so bad. But we also went from like a low price. Right now we're trading very close to Gamma Max. So if it were to go up, it probably won't go up a lot. And if it goes down, puts on GME are usually garbage. Sell straddles? You could. You'd sell strangles. Are people putting their wives on the table to meet margin? Yeah, no. There are prop trading firms that are absolutely legit. I mean, you're just amping up your leverage, right? So, I mean, if you're not good at trading, you're not going to make money with it either way. Um, if you are, then you can. Hmm. Is SPX gonna break down? I don't think so. I don't see like any of the call side capitulating at all. It still looks strong. Couldn't make the stream yesterday or early today. Could you nutshell life for me right quick? Well, it happens and then it's over. Apex Top Step are legit, but yeah, if you aren't consistent, you just keep paying the reboot your account fee. I think so that's how they make most of their money. There's other downsides to prop trading, like being classified as a finance professional, which raises your data fees on everything, and then if you lie, they'll catch you. Can fuck with your taxes. Prop firms are usually way less regulated, so you have to do a lot of due diligence. And it's all mostly day trading, right? So you're very limited in scope, which is one of my biggest problems with it. Apex has like 30K subscribers and only paid out 6 million this year. That's like $50 on average. Hmm. Why would I be banned from prop firms? Too good. I mean, they wouldn't care, right? They make money if you make money. Do you have a price target on T? But for like what kind of time horizon? Not really. I mean, I mostly own it to just capture the dividend, but if their cash flows pick up into the end of the year, they could probably move back towards like the 18 to $20 range. I bought a shitload of tea like the week before last. Where are you getting your SPX info? Or we have our own data that we use. Maybe it'll top out at 431.10. Well, 43.10 on this side. Well, on SPX. I don't know what the fuck it's gonna hit on SPY. Flat Monday, down Tuesday, Wednesday, recover by end of week. If it recovers, I don't think today is gonna be flat. The positioning looks like we're going up. I want to be really clear about that while we're consolidating here. It looks like we're going up. I mean, not a ton, but there's a good $15-$20 a range to the upside. How much can Palantir continue to run? I mean, it's been doing good. They've had a lot of consecutive bullish news. I sold covered calls on it back at like earnings, right after earnings. I bought those back when it crossed back above my risk level, and then I've just been waiting to sell covered calls on it again. They haven't done anything that makes them money, which is the biggest issue with Palantir. So, I mean, I don't expect these prices to last long. But the AI hype is helping them out. There's a part of me that really just wants to sell all of it. But I have effectively no cost basis on Palantir, so I might as well hold. They got another government contract with the military. They have hundreds of them, but none of them make like a ton of money. The auctions don't end for 10 more minutes. I think the auctions print and we dump after 11:30. Maybe. Auctions. The treasury auctions. Not actions. So get rich, buy all the stocks, and then sell CCs. Got it? No. I mean, in a bull market, sure. What are you serious about? What if no one wants to buy the T-bills? Stop it. Wayfair maybe peaking. Uh, Reasonable, long, short. Furniture in general, if you expect a drawdown in the housing market. Here's the problem, though. If the housing market collapses, sometimes that can put pressure on like consumer. Well, it's durables, I guess, but that like subsector of durables, like furniture, because everyone moves into rentals. If the auctions continue to fail to sell, U.S. credit will get downgraded. It's not gonna happen. There's always buyers for U.S. Treasuries, right? Bitcoin duking because Binance getting sued. What's new? Dixie down a little bit today. Not much. You know what's interesting is oil lost a lot of its improvement from yesterday. Oil opened up like 300 BPS yesterday. Now it's only up 100. My broker just created a structured product containing US bonds. So yeah, there are buyers. Yeah, there are. Bitcoin's not even moving. It's down 2%. Ban whoever said that. Let's just have one more drawdown in it, maybe. Uh, that's kind of interesting. Hmm. Auctions end in 3 minutes. We went to IKEA and treated myself to some Swedish meatballs. Calls them IKEA. Is IKEA publicly traded? I purchased a hard copy of Diablo from Amazon because I had gift cards. Tell GME I'm sorry. Wait, you have a disc drive? Or did you buy it for like PlayStation or something? I don't think the Saudis can cut production and just limit sales, but they don't have the storage needed to hold the level of cuts until 2024 when Russia agreed to cut production. So they'll have a glut or they're just going to move oil under the table to China. Wait, what? Delayed Bitcoin data. No. It's trading at 26,491. 26,511. Down negative 2.26%. Is there an underwater GME support GME underwater GME CC support group I can join? It's called Learn to Hedge or buy back your fucking shit before it goes in the money. Or don't sell your fucking covered calls $5 in the money, you greedy son of a bitch. With no run, right? There's like no run, no breakout in volatility, and people are selling like $6 in the money covered calls. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why is everyone doing that? Are you guys all just bots? What if the bonds today auction at negative yield rates? Bull market confirmed? My CC started $1 in the money before being $6 in the money. Buy a fucking call. You have credit. What did you use your credit on? Like, hedge the spread at least if it keeps going up, right? Don't just watch it. I feel like far too many times people buy shit and they're just like, well, this is what I got. And they just like watch it die a slow death. They're like, yep, it's just gonna be worse today. But no, there's no like management of it. Manage the fucking position. I've gotten a lot better at trading over the past year, and I don't feel like you're yelling as directed at me anymore. Can you just yell at me to make me feel included? Throw more money and pray for Theta God to save me. It's not normal for GME to go up for 5 weeks in a row, and it's also overpriced, so the incentive of buying the calls is less. True. So let him get assigned, right? Who gives a shit? If you sold it at 23, right? You're already at that moment saying, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this price. So then just take the assignment and sell CSPs. It's not the end of the fucking world. If you get assigned here, if you're assigned on CCs on a $20 cover call that you sold at 23 and you collected like 350 in premium, right? You got 23.50 a share. If you sell CSPs, collect another 50 cents in premium and buy back at 20, you've then effectively lowered your cost basis, right? So what fucking difference does it make? That's kind of like the wheel. Yeah, I mean, but everyone acts like it's the end of the fucking world. It's that hodl fucking super stonk stupid mentality where they think their fucking GME shares are like precious little babies. It's ridiculous. They're just shares. I mean, according to Super Stonk, all your shares are fake anyway, so why do you care? It doesn't cause wash sales if you sell the CSP like 30 days out. I mean, technically it should, but not mine. I've DRS. Ugh. I just watched the options chain and wish. What a great investment strategy. I'm currently trying to rid myself of the GME position. I have 23s and 25s out. I'll not buy back. If I get assigned, I may be waiting till the market bottoms out to re-enter. Fair. I have my shares verified at Funko Pop's Labs. They're legit. What do you got, Pigeon Teeth? We've really got to stop propagating this DDS-DD nonsense. This is not how it works. There's not some, like, pigeon whales aren't handing me envelopes of cash for secret DD. I'm just sad that I didn't sell for higher. It's the inefficiency of my trade that makes me kick myself. I just want more money. I mean, as long as your money is generating a consistent yield, you're winning, right? It's about constantly picking up the like the income off of your money. It's not about your fucking cost basis or getting assigned. That'll over time that'll right itself, right? If you get assigned on CSPs and then get assigned on CCs at a higher price than you sold the CSP, and the CSP lower than the covered call got assigned at, you just keep accumulating money, right? You're continuing to make a yield off your investment. That's what matters. Stagnation is what's bad. That's what you don't want. Even on a loss, you don't want to just let it stagnate and do nothing. Gotta go fast. Always keep moving. What was the Finding Nemo thing? It's like just keep swimming. How many envelopes of secret cash would I need to hand you to shill Bear Stearns? I don't know. I'd love to know how much Kramer got. What about our weekly DDS strategy meeting before the Billionaire stream? I don't know what you're talking about. Theoretically, I could do that, though. I could create streams that only pigeon whales could see. Interesting. Hard rejection on ES 4300. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Strong enough? No. No. The auctions are in. Did anybody check the yields? Yields are already moving back up again. DDoS doubled my port this morning. Thanks, Kirk. How many food stamps for a Ferrari? I don't know. People sell them on Craigslist. I've seen food stamps for sale on Craigslist before. And Facebook Marketplace. I'm trying to lower cost basis. If you were to get assigned on CCs, would you sell shares that are higher cost or lower cost? Higher cost. Then you can harvest the loss, right? I'd pigeon well for a stream of you trying on that guy's swimsuit liner. I'm sure you would. I mean, just because they're pigeon well exclusive streams doesn't mean that they're about the stock market. Exclusivity is the way. Pigeonwell streams can be 2 minutes long with only silent pictures of your cat, and people would upgrade to get it. That's awful. I hate all of that. ATP just glitched out and gave me a negative 4.6 million candle on SPY. Must be those SPY trading time travelers again. Yeah. Gremlins in the system. Ghosts in the machine. Where's Bithead? I need a free membership. That's not how that works. We know you don't want to do a 5K account, but would you do a 25K account challenge? That doesn't sound nearly as much fun. Would you accept a DM from me if I were dressed in mage garb with a bathing suit liner on the outside of said garb? Well, probably. Yeah. Calves, cats, and all manners of cretinisms. Do a $500 port challenge? Or you just want me to blow up a $500 port every day? I could do that. That's easy. Sometimes it might last like 3 days. I actually could. I've done it. I've traded up $500 accounts paper trading. It's better on futures though. Negative green volume candle on my SPY chart, and I can't figure out what it is. A glitch. So got an account challenge for you, 40K-ish, but you start down 43%, and you're not approved for options. Go. Well, first step, get approved for options. Why are you so confident in continuing upside today? Just because there's calls doesn't mean a lot when futures runs the action, right? They hedge calls with futures. And we're in a positive gamma environment. Why do you talk? Why do you say things? Stop trying to make you happen. It's cringy. I make profit on $100 and then lose when I scale up. $500 on futures? What does that grant you? A glance? A contract? When are you starting the $500 futures trading account challenge? I kind of want to now. They do not have at that low of an initial deposit. They do not have a high success rate. But it'd be fun to blow one up every couple days. The best part is there's no like PDT. You can just keep trading and trading and trading. So you got assigned on a CC for a 50% loss. Would you sell the high cost or low cost basis shares? I don't know. Do you have tax deductions for the year or not? I'm shamelessly self-promoting the brand of alcoholism and gambling that made the 510 gang a force to overcome it. All long term. That's not what I meant. I'm, I mean, like if you have your like $3,000 deduction for the year already, then it doesn't really matter. But if you don't, then no, I've not taken losses. Well, then the higher cost basis would incur a greater loss, which you can deduct against capital gains over time. You should speak with a tax professional, but that's the gist of it. 616s, 25cc safe. I'm not selling any cover calls on GME right now. I just bought them back on Friday. Make it a 3K account. That way you can trade 3 contracts with some wiggle room. But that's not as much fun. Cause then I'm just gonna straddle a bunch, right? You said SPX upside for today is looking like 4310-ish, right? Yeah. Well, depending on how many times we get rejected off of 4300 on futures, that's still going to be a hard level to break. But yeah, there's calls up to like 4310. Might eat the assignment and take 12K and use it to sell Fubo CSP at 150 for 11% return on the monthly. It's not bad, actually. I've been considering selling some of those. It's a good yield. It's not as good as it could be though. They yield better when they're closer to the money, and once put skew picks up, which it hasn't significantly since it ran. But when put skew picks up, sometimes you can get like 10% on weekly CSPs. For those of us not closing our CCs and aren't remorseful, is there a number we could call and you berate us into tears? You can always DM me. Check out the Bitcoin gap. Do I want to? Hold on. I don't see a gap, but it fucking moved down hard. Is it on the 1 minute? Oh, okay, I see it. But it filled. This is the lamest Diablo 4 stream ever. I might stream more of that later. That game is okay. I really hope Blizzard has some intention of fixing it a bit. Like the story is really good and the graphics are amazing and it's super polished, but it just feels lackluster, right? Like it's something about like the way they're scaling, like they're using like dynamic scaling, and it feels awful. It's not pay to win. The only thing you can buy right now is cosmetics. Do you have a rule of thumb for credit spreads profit taking? Yeah. I generally, I mean, I don't generally, it's first of all, I generally don't sell a lot of theta when I sell spreads. I usually keep them relatively short dated. But yeah, I usually take profits at like 40-50%, depending on how hard I'm winning, right? If I'm just really correct, I'll let them expire worthless, but sometimes if I haven't sold a lot of them, I'll just sell the calls off or the puts off and just leave it naked, which can allow you to, provided you have the margin, can allow you to capture a little extra. Say you're trading like Nvidia, right? And you sell like it moves up and you sell like 400, 405, right? And then it just tanks down to like 380. You can sell off like the 405 call and you get a little extra premium and leave the 400 naked. Just because the risk is just gone there, right? Like the hedge is irrelevant. But that also depends on the kind of margin you have with your broker. So not everyone can do that. It's designed for console? I don't think so. What difficulty are you playing on though? I've played on both. The regular one and the like that 1 and 2. I think there's only 2 in the early game. I haven't gotten past 50 yet. I've only played D3. Is it worth trying or just one run type of game? Yeah, I hate to say this, but I kind of liked Diablo 3 better. There's not a lot of like build diversity, and the skill tree is lame. All the items do the same shit. I don't know. I'm gonna play it more. I'm gonna give it more of a chance, but I mean, it's a Blizzard game, right? So like the first 6 months, you're just beta testing it for them because they don't fucking play the games they design. Sure, good Godfrey, whatever you want, man. Think about selling Leap CCs on long holdings, using the cash to buy short-term treasuries, buy back later, or get assigned if the market runs. Thoughts? That's something that you can do. I've actually, well, I did that on a position, but then I bought back the covered calls. But yeah, that's an option. I played Sorcerer too. My Sorcerer is higher level than my Druid now. Maybe it's different with a team, but there's like no way to get a team, right? Like you just have to like invite your friends. Like there's no matchmaking. Like Diablo 3 had matchmaking. You could just like log on and fucking, it's the most like antisocial social game I've ever played. Like in the world chat, there's no one. I mean, it's still the pre-order period, but you have a community of thousands. I can't find people to play with. I mean, yeah. What am I supposed to create a like pickle jar Diablo clan? That's nerdy. Yes. What level are you now? I don't know, like 30 on the sorcerer is like 36 or something like that. Name the clan Juice Cabooses. I don't think you get that many characters. Maybe. Add it to the Dillionaire subscription. Create a clan and I'll buy Diablo 4 right now. I'll think about it. It'd be easy. Clans and cults are pretty much the same thing. I just don't want like another social media thing to manage. Anyone who refers to the people they talk to the most as quants has to be a little bit nerdy. They aren't the people I talk to the most. I'm on an Amstrad. I'll buy it too. Deletes Pi off of Snapchat. Is this thing gonna fucking break up or what? ES is just moving above 43.50 right now. Call interest is not abating, but still only goes up to 43.10. Like the 43.15, 20, 25, 30, still very, very low interest. So it doesn't look like the bulls really want to try to push the collar. Although, yeah, I think that'd be pretty stupid with VIX this low. No, I don't, up man. Why is all of crypto tanking? Is this the beginning of the prophecy? I mean, it could be, or it could just be that crypto's garbage and nobody should ever own it because it has no real value. Can we test 43.35 so my lotto tickets can print? Probably not. I need VIX to stay below the age of consent in Arkansas until Wednesday. The SEC is suing Binance. Alright. Maybe my 55 loop rings will make me a millionaire. Yeah, I heard about the Binance thing earlier. Wouldn't crypto start to bring down the indexes if it sells off hard? No. It could pump indexes, right? Because liquidity can move from crypto into stocks. Also, it's like Bitcoin. No one ever sells it. They just bag hold it through the peaks. That's like the OG GME. I love going on like crypto subreddits and like Bitcoin bag holders are like, yeah, man, I held through 65,000. Fuck it, this shit's gonna be worth $1 million in 10 years. There's a lot of that in Bitcoin. One of these days, my Fubo position will be positive. I just know it. I mean, if management keeps doing their thing, they keep doing it well, why not? The reasons why crypto tanking are clearly outlined in the new DDSDD. Can we get another one of those 20 BPS candles to the downside? I mean, I hope not. I'd much rather they grab the calls now when it looks like they're going to grab the calls than they drop it 60 BPS, spike VIX, and then pump the market up 120 BPS by selling puts. It won't? What you think Bitcoin's going to be worth $1 million in 10 years? Each Bitcoin? Good luck, man. Well, the only acceptable currency once the dollar folds here in the next 2 to 3 years. That was 2 to 3 years ago. Yeah. There's two kinds of crypto bros. There's the ones that are just in it to make money, and then there's the ones that are in it to like fight the system. Guess which one I find insufferable? Both. Gurk, you don't believe in anything. That's not true. There's things I believe in. I just don't believe in stupid bullshit like crypto conspiracies. I also like good tacos. That's correct. You believe in birds? That's because they're real. I thought GME shares are going to be the only currency in the post MOASS future. Do you believe Walkenus Matt Getz? So I only kind of know who he is, right? But sure. Futures selling off? No. The Brooklyn banks finally opened back up. Now's your chance to finally land that heel flip fakie you've always dreamed of. I've I've definitely landed those before. Thanks, Potato Tom. I already have a trophy though. You mean you didn't buy Peruvian Bull's book? Absolutely fucking not. Why do futures hate 4,300? Why do you think? It couldn't be all the sold calls above 4,300, could it? Why do people universally call futures futes? I thought I started that back in 2020, but apparently I don't have anything unique to offer this world. I don't know. I actually don't like it when people call futures futes. They should just be called futures. It's not that hard to say. Is it worth it to sell a 1.5 CSV, get assigned, then sell a 1.5 CC, just collecting premium? Yeah, you can do that. There's no trophies in skateboarding. Poser. Not true. Usually IBKR, Ninja Trader. Everyone I know calls puts pooties, poots. BPS is pronounced bips, you shill. Did they pull all the money out of crypto to buy treasuries? Maybe. What Führer's doing? Führers? Ew. Wolf, come on. This will take all day again. Yep. He's got the brains, he's got the foodie cred, and he's got the rugged handsomeness. It's Gherk. Chanting commences. Thank you so much, Baradactyl. I don't know what I'd do without your daily compliments. Maybe this is why I've been more depressed on the weekends lately. It couldn't be that nobody's doing anything fun. Interesting. Are you trying to manipulate me? You're conditioning me, aren't you? I'm on to you. Not sure if it was said already, but does it look like GME will continue pushing past GM? Not really. It hasn't pushed past GM. GM's at 25.50. Oh, okay, I guess it did. But then it failed. And now it's back below GM. Fute's the cat. There it is. That's too much like that character from that show Barry. Fuchs. Are these crypto companies getting into trouble? Is Coin looking like a good short? You don't think you missed the boat on it already? Why is gamma neutral so low? Not a lot of options on the chain. Is the cat gay? I don't know. He spent last night in the closet, so it's possible that he's just not ready to tell me. But I'm not going to pressure him. Fuchs means fox in German, by the way. Oh, okay. Shoddy head and shoulders forming. I mean, yeah. Jimmy earnings releases this Wednesday. Any thoughts on the direction of the stock upon release? Well, I think that would depend on if they do well on their earnings or not, right? I mean, overall, I don't think their earnings are probably going to be very good, but they have the potential to be. So a surprise is possible, although unlikely. Hey, Gurk, Harry here? You're not Harry. Or Barry. Don't do Barry's thing. This is the V. Well, it's at least an attempt at it. I think maybe this was the V. No? When you get married, who's gonna be your best quant? I don't know yet. I have to think about it. At least you have some buddies. I have no buddies. Hashtag Barry. How are we not agreeing that Juice Caboose is a great name for the cat? But he doesn't have like a juicy caboose. It doesn't fit. With BTU, if the market takes a poopy in the next month or two, will it hold up? Are we looking at entry sub 17 as a possibility? I missed the first opening, but I don't want to chase now. That's fair. I mean, there's a chance that it pulls down if the market drops. But yeah, generally commodities do well if we hit like a recession. That's why I've been buying it. I patented an infinity coin with Jimmy's logo on it. I'm selling it through my Fiverr account. RSS, I'm ready for your money. You didn't read it. Such a tease. Because it was just like nonsense. I don't have time for your crap. I think you guys and I have a different idea of what V is all about. That's possible. Serious question because I'm confused. What do people infer from that the Fed is going to pause this month? I mean, I don't think the Fed is currently in a position where a pause would be a wise monetary policy move, but they could. I mean, I think people hoping for that are betting that the Treasury is going to do enough with their security auctions to drive down speculation, and the effective quantitative tightening that occurs will be sufficient to possibly reduce inflation beyond what the Fed has done so far, which would ease pressure on the Fed and allow them to pause rate hikes until they get more data. I don't think that's probably going to happen. They're probably just going to do 0.25 again, like in the just lamest fucking way possible. Yeah, Doc, my poor little Juice Caboose has the runs. I'm not naming him Juice Caboose. That's Janet Yellen's nickname. He doesn't look anything like Janet Yellen. If they did another 25 BPS hike, that would mean downs on SPX, right? I mean, it might mean more bank failures. Deuce Caboose if he be pooping a lot. Why are you depressed on the weekend? Because all my friends are doing lame shit lately. Have you tried pumping your futures? No. I thought they were going to skip a rate hike. No. Just one Fed president said that they might pause in order to make a better determination for the July meeting. But it was only one. All the rest of them said that further rate increases are likely. So yeah, one voting member said that they want to do a pause. A skip is a pause. At what price do you say the market is technically in a bullish, not market, but period? I know the macro is bearish, but I say past 432 on SPY, I'm full bull. Yeah, the price of the market doesn't determine if the market is bearish or bullish. That's just a price. The valuation of the market determines if revenues and margins are dropping and collapsing, then you're not in a bull market, regardless of what price the market is. Are rate hikes bullish at this point? I mean, no, but increased inflation is kind of bullish. Or, well, inflation rising has a positive effect on stock prices. Do you think we hit 43.33 today? Not really. I mean, the call interest still really right now only goes up to 42.10 or 43.10. Like, they're still, like, I don't think they want to fight JPM. 43, yeah, 43.15 and 43.20 are pretty light. I think VIX is too low for them to really push the collar. Rate hikes are bullish because it means more rate cuts can be priced in. I mean, they've stopped pricing in rate cuts for this year. Technically, like the SOFR swaps are no longer pricing in rate cuts this year. The bond market's not pricing them in anymore. Equities is pricing in the next 10 years of earnings on everything, but you know that's nonsense. It'll go away. I agree, but are you not trying to make money? The price is the only thing that makes money, no? Yeah. I mean, I can buy calls. It's not that hard, right? It's not like I'm not buying calls when it rips. It's not what I wanted to do. It's not my like primary swing position, but I mean, it's you just buy, it's not hard. You know, there's a reason I give upside ranges every day and every week, right? Do you think I'm just buying puts and ignoring the upside that I don't make money on it? Apple event at 10 PST? Okay. I know, Mr. Gold. Tinder profile. I'm a successful stock trader with a cult and my pet juice caboose. You should just write some fan fiction about this, Salty. Since they continue to drive the SPX up each day with little to no pushback, what makes you believe that the top is 43.20? I mean, JPM's got a big fat collar there, and they're not buying any calls above it. That's what makes me think it. Also, you know, VIX is already low, right? And most of this call buying is driven by put selling. So put premiums are extremely low right now, which makes it harder to leverage the upside. So diminishing returns. Today I learned that buying calls means you must be bullish. Thanks, Mr. Gould. Thanks, Pie Buller Bear. I'm buying 4,300 put when we cross. What a time to be alive. If we cross. Futures has been resisting a little bit. We're holding above 4,300, but it could sell off. TTD looks like it could get wrecked on a falling market. Let me take a look at it. Yeah. I mean, not necessarily wrecked, but there's a lot of range. Like $10 of range to the downside, roughly. About how far out are puts being bought? Like 60, 90, or longer on SPX? There's a decent number of them for the July expiration. There's a pretty good amount of them for 616 also. Between GME, crypto, and crypto mining, I'm 70k down. I need to make it back fast. That's not a good mindset. I don't think that's appropriate to answer, Alicia. Are you a fan of cereals? Ever have Quaker O's, now owned by Post? Still called Honey O's? Stuff is banging if you like sweeter cereals. I've never had Quaker O's. I've had Cheerios. Are they similar? Is UVXY worth playing? Probably not. Why not just play VIX? Like, why do you need to play the leveraged fund? It's the price of it's so low. Just like I wouldn't play UVXY until after it splits again. You expect any ETF FTDs on Upstart soon? No, they look really bad actually. That's why I bought a bunch of puts on Upstart this morning. It does look like it's gonna run out of upside. Are you doing TA on the VIX? Jesus Christ. Like Captain Crunch, just a bit better, and they're rounds so you don't bleed from your mouth. Oh, okay. Fuck the roof of your mouth. You just gotta toughen it up. Could you give a pep talk to everyone talking about a big loss from underwater CCs? Is it a perspective thing? Now I have liquidity to move around? Yeah, it's just a perspective thing. I don't know what pep talk to give people. I mean, you can just sell CSPs at a lower strike and wait for those to be assigned. And you just keep making premium, right? It doesn't matter if you're assigned. People just think GME is always going to MOASS tomorrow, and that's why they're upset. In which case, they shouldn't have sold in the money covered calls, right? For small accounts, you could easily make 250 to 500 daily doing straddles on SPX with the way the market is if managed correctly. Like what, 0 DTE straddles? Yeah, I mean, not that small of an account. Yeah, intraday you can do zero DTE straddles. You can't carry them overnight though. Yeah, you could, but they're not great. To be fair to the underwater crowd, selling CSPs at the strike you got assigned on, which are far out of the money, is going to provide horrible returns compared to selling at the money CCs on the way down. Then roll. That doesn't even really make sense. I mean, there's no difference. It's the you're conflating it with the cost of time, right? If you're continuing to make a yield, you're continuing to make a yield. Otherwise, that money would just be doing nothing. That's just like hindsight FOMO. Like, oh, look what I could have made if I did X. According to Jimmy's website, it's Wednesday after hours. Selling both CCs and CSPs on GME pre-earnings a thing to do? I mean, I guess you could. What did you tell me in 2008 about Bitcoin? Sorry. Did you buy back your GME CCs at a loss? No, they were about even. I bought them back on the dip last week, so yeah, they were about even. Most of them. Some of them I bought back, I think, a little bit of a loss, but I bought others back at a profit. I don't know what the net is. I don't really like do the math on it. Most of them it was just theta decay. They weren't very long dated. I think like the majority of them were 616 and they'd been out a while. $25 CCs and GME subsequently falling to 15 would be worse than selling CSPs at the cost of assignment. Yeah. But like, I don't know why people don't view the downside on GME as a loss when selling covered calls. It's like a weird psychological phenomenon. I might have to take a loan from you, Gurk. If I'm gonna lose my house to anyone, it's gonna be you. Is it fully paid off? If my 616 30cc were to get assigned, what's a good area to buy back and post earnings? Well, first of all, I don't think that's ever gonna happen. Second of all, I don't know, like sub 20. 10 DTE at the money SPX put to capture downside here. If you're buying it at the money, why do you need so much theta? Also, don't you want to wait till they move up into the rest of the calls here? There's still a lot of calls to the upside. I don't think there's like a good case for buying a put right now. Not until at least some of that call gamma is realized. Like at least 4305 or 4310. Musk just said he would be fine licensing Tesla autopilot tech. It doesn't exist. Oh, not the self-driving, just the autopilot. Is it that good? I thought Mercedes was better. I'm scaling in slowly. Okay. Okay, but like here's the deal. If you have a like a $35 cost basis or 40, whatever the fuck you have on GME, right? And GME is trading at 23. You're already sitting on this loss, right? You're already down $17 a share. So if you sell a $20 covered call and you get like 350 in premium, you've effectively reduced this loss by 50 cents. Right? Even if you get assigned, and you get $20 for your share, yeah, sure, you've locked in the 1650 loss. But then if you sell a CSP here at this strike again, and you get like $1.50 premium, and then get assigned on it, you've now reduced this to $15. So it's like, how are people thinking of this? Mercedes is better? Okay. You're saying that an actual car company would be better at making cars? Mercedes, GM, and Ford all have better level 3 ADAS. There's no better software on the market for running over toddlers. Peloton would like to have a conversation with you. Are you going to stream the Apple WWC? No, I don't really care. Although I'm going to wait till it's over before I sell bear call spreads on it. Or bear put spreads on it. It is? I worked with a consortium for self-driving cars, and it's not even close. I've used autopilot on like my friend's Tesla, and I wasn't super impressed. That's your problem with assuming your viewers are thinking. Huh. But this is all, like, all of this is about critical thinking. That's what platform use for futures, IBKR and Ninja Trader. I think it's just taking the loss itself. It gives the emotion of being a failure. That might be the hardest part to get through. I think the hardest part to get through is not taking the liquidity from your GME and YOLOing it into SPX 0 DTEs, because there's definitely people that have done that. Despite warnings to the contrary. Did you end up buying more Yang on Friday and today? No, I'm going to buy it tomorrow. I guess it's effectively reducing the loss slowly, even after assignment. That makes sense. Yeah. I mean, it's the same goal in the end. And if you can do even better than that, right? Like you can be patient, wait for GME's price to come down, and then sell like $18 CSPs, or you can sell that $20 CSP in the money, right? And then net higher premiums, effectively reducing it even more, or wait till put skews favorable, right? Like there's definitely a time when selling GME CSPs is better than trying to sell them at the top. I spoke with a friend this weekend and he's just sitting on cash, no high yield savings, no selling for out of the money CSPs. Thanks to the knowledge, albeit slow, I'll make my money back. You will if you stick to a plan and execute it properly. It's not that hard to recover. How hard is it to accept failure losses after holding GME this long? I'd never been assigned on GME covered calls this entire time until a couple weeks ago. And I didn't get assigned on many, like 15 contracts. I just didn't give a shit. Like, it felt like nothing, And I was more sad when I finally sold some of my AMD shares after holding them for years. Kirk got jacked by SSDRSers. Yeah, I did. I mean, I already sell CSPs on GME. I sell them pretty consistently, too. Most weeks. I did that with 14 DTE SPX and now have checks, notes, exactly the same amount of money I had in my portfolio 2 years ago. Winning? Maybe? If you consider the market downturn in that, you're beating most mutual funds. When DWAP, I don't think we're going down. Not yet today. Maybe later, but not right now. I'm down 50% all the time. But most of your positioning's like longer dated stuff, right? NDX is 140 points from filling the last big gap dating back to April 2022. Pretty close, yeah. NQ's been running hard. Fubo cup and handle? Ugh. I mean, so cup and handles aren't very reliable, and this one's not very long, but it could be. I mean, it's definitely some accumulation. There's been some accumulation going on Fubo for a little while now, like kind of since like December. Um, and then, definitely over the last two earnings when they beat on revenue and then they beat on EPS and revenue. So, yeah, there's some accumulation going on there. I do expect Fubo to eventually move higher, That's why I kept buying it. Copper Oil, Venture, Prop Tech, and Fubo. All right. That's not. I mean, you've got some diversification. What could make your cold heart happier? AMC and Bobby going to 0 or Nvidia going to 100? I don't care what happens to AMC and Bobby. I'd rather see AMD go or Nvidia go to 100. Did you read the Fubo proxy materials? They want to authorize increased float size. I think they already have authorization for that. But they also said that they don't need to sell any more shares for a while. So they want the option. I mean, I don't really care if they dilute more. It's already pretty diluted at this point. If they dilute again, I can just average, right? I care about them turning it into a profitable business. If they need to go to the shareholders to get that money rather than racking up more debt, that's preferable to me. I'm sitting on a pile of nickels, and Fidelity better get ready to accept them. Uh, draining the coin jar to buy more 0 DTEs. Classic. You should just see if your broker will accept a deposit in the form of a Coinstar receipt. When SPX stop being boring? I mean, it's not boring if you have calls. I would never. Fidelity tells me I can only do 1 DTEs. Uh, God, Fidelity just kind of sucks. Oop. Looks like they're shorting on GME a little bit. That tiny amount of liquidity realization from earlier is reversed. You need more money in your account? If you have enough to exercise, they'll let you trade 0 DTE at the strikes you can exercise. I thought they just let you trade 0 DTEs on cash settled options anyway. I signed up for the Fidelity Cash Rewards card. The cash rewards go into my trading account. Max out limit. Here I come. Shorted down to 230, 2350, please. What would make you happier? Nvidia to 100 or SPX to 2500? Oh, I think I would make fuck. I mean, well, hold on. Those would both happen. I don't have to pick one. If SPX goes to 2,500, Nvidia's gonna drop like a rock. Zero DTs on equities must have the exercise amount in free cash. Oh, okay. Do they close your zero DTs on cash settled like European style options if it like gets too close to close or no? They don't. Oh, okay, that's not so bad. You could use like XSP, although XSP sucks balls. On the bright side, this is a pretty weak Biden signed the bill and we didn't default pump. I mean, a credit downgrade still very much on the table. America's debt to GDP is going to be like 135% by 2025. And all the credit rating agencies have a very good reason to downgrade us because our constant political brinkmanship puts our debt at risk of default every couple of years. So in any divided Congress, there's significantly more risk in US sovereign debt. So the only way that US sovereign debt is really super secure or like triple A nowadays is, if the Congress and Senate are both controlled by the same party. No debt limit means more inflation, right? No, because there's conditions about government spending. It just means that we'll be able to pay our debt payments. That was weird. No, the Senate and Congress are separate. They don't print money. That's not how the Treasury gets money. They issue debt. The Fed prints money. The Senate and the House are separate. I know that. But they're both the same branch of government. They're both the legislative branch. So there are two parts of one thing. We're doing fuck off. They go on their computer and Control C greater than Control V V V V V V V. Real question: with the stagflation environment we're increasingly find ourselves in, what options are there besides a recession or market correction to bring us back into a growth economy? I don't think there is one. Not at this point. It's like a foregone conclusion. I think even the Fed in their reports has said that, a recession is extremely likely. Are you holding any puts on Netflix? I have some bear call spreads on it at like 405, 410. I think I have some 390. Maybe I have some 390s. I have to look. I'm not sure. I don't have that account open. I might have some like 390s. I think I bought some for June or July. Have you ever experienced a pickle martini? No? That sounds gross. The other option is you see an massive increase in efficiency and production. Oh yeah, from all the people that aren't getting paid enough to keep their jobs. Curious how to get short positioning without getting roasted. Long dated put, hedge with close to even delta calls on the shorter dated side. Right now for like SPX, you could do that. Like short dated calls, longer dated puts. Take profits on the call side when they're made available and reposition it. I mean, that's kind of what I do, straddling every night. How do you feel about the Saudis' conception of cuts as keeping it real for the markets? What? The person I worked with said the part of the issue is long-term policy is regressive in terms of federal funding stimulating what is considered growth area, coupled with the loss of revenue from taxes. Yeah, spending goes up, taxes go down over time. But no one's gonna vote to be taxed more. Like, no one likes being taxed more. There's not enough martyrs. In the past, you've mentioned going synthetic long on things like Upstart. Why not go synthetic short on equities now? You can, but you know, whenever you take on a synthetic long or short position, you're risking, you know, leverage the other way. But I mean, I do. That's kind of like what I do on GME after it runs, right? I sell covered calls and then I buy in the money puts. I'm synthetic short on Upstart right now. Covered, but still synthetic short. That helps a lot with the especially like on the meme stocks because of the it dodges a lot of the volatility crush. Yeah, but we need to spend less on things that people don't want to spend less on, like defense. And we also need to tax rich people a lot more. Like they could increase my tax rate 20% and I'd be fine. Like it's not going to change my like lifestyle, right? I mean, I don't want them to because that's my money, but if they did, like it's not going to kill me, you know. And I'm not like super wealthy, right? Like I have some money, but I mean there's people with billions of dollars that should be paying way fucking more money in taxes. How will they trickle down and create jobs? They don't. How long would the Fed be willing to allow stagflation to last? Powell seemed to be very hesitant to go the nuclear option and pull a Volcker, and kicking the cam seems to be his favored position. Stagflation's really dangerous. Stagflation puts the Fed in a position where they can't solve the inflation issue during their term, which is problematic because there's no guarantee that it'll be fixed afterwards, right? I think if we, I mean, we're still 0.1 away from official stagflation, and we would have to get a higher CPI print, but I don't know. We'll see how the Saudi oil cuts affect headline inflation going into the end of summer. If they're able to cut the production promised, then oil prices are going to rise, and that's going to see increases in headline inflation again, right? And then if headline inflation moves up alongside core, and we get that higher unemployment print, putting us, in the like a somber recession, then I think the nuclear option becomes their only way out, or they have to increase quantitative tightening significantly. I mean, after the bank liquidity was provided, the Fed's basically just, I mean, they're still up from the level of QT that they'd done up until that point, right? So there's been effectively no quantitative tightening since March of this year. Like it's drawing down, but it's drawing down after that increase, right? So it drew down through all of 2022, then it pumped back up again, and now, I mean, they're still not back at break even. Shut up, you damn commie shill. I own an espresso machine, wealthy. We wanted to ice the cake. We always want to add suspense. We don't want people to try to predict what we do. This market needs stabilization. Saudi Energy Minister Prince Abdulaziz. Nobody should be APYing more. We should be spending a lot less. Paying? Nobody should be paying more. We should be spending less. Both. Why not both? Porque no los dos. I've instituted the struggle. What blows my mind is people defending billionaires' money. Are they like your sugar daddy or something? Fuck them. I've instituted the struggle tax. You can send me 69% of your weekly gains via certified check monthly. I won't spend any of the money on defense. Would you ever own a proper lowrider? No, I don't like motorcycles. I had a friend in high school who died on one, and I've been not very fond of them ever since. What happens when the Fed bails out more toxic assets and just piles on the 2008 pile of shart? I mean, I'm okay with that. Then it's the next generation's problem, right? And they can, hate me when I'm retired. I don't give a shit. So once things start to downturn, you think Powell might hit them hard with hikes to get the correction done all at once? I mean, I think that the market has lost respect for the Fed's conviction. And he needs to, if they're going to continue to try to use their narrative to drive down speculation, they need to reinstill fear in market participants. Otherwise, money will always be the incentive. We're all just temporarily embarrassed billionaires ourselves. Yeah, I mean, like you make like 120 grand at like some fucking mid-level white collar job, and you're like, I need to defend those billionaires' right to have money because I'm gonna be a billionaire someday. No, you're fucking not. You've gotten this far in life without doing anything meaningful. You're not gonna be a billionaire later on. Give up the dream, fucking eat the rich, and move on. If Warren Buffett and Elon Musk paid like 20% more in taxes, the entire US could have free healthcare. Fuck them and eat them? I mean, why does this always have to turn into a talk about cannibalism? What the fuck is wrong with you, Bob? Oh yeah, that genius idea is waiting right around the corner, Rog. You're gonna make it, man. You were one or two bad decisions away from being the ones that you fear and pity. But billionaires bless us with the jobs. I don't work for a billionaire. I don't have a Hori fighting stick. I have a hitbox and I have a whatever the fuck this thing's called. I don't know. I don't remember the name of it. It's got like a big X on it. And it weighs like 95 pounds. It's an expression, Bob. I didn't mean it literally. As long as they don't raise my taxes, it's okay. Everyone making more than me is greedy. Everyone making less than me is an idiot. All right. Yeah, I like that. I like that theory. I work for $1 billion corporation, which is totally a person. Don't forget. All of the rights, none of the liabilities. Vitrix Pro. Thank you, just me. Why do we need to reward people who are already milking the system? Like a billionaire paying more taxes is still a billionaire. They're still winning. They don't care about the incentive anymore. Have you ever met a billionaire? They don't give a shit about money. It's just about winning, right? None of them are going to be less incentivized to become billionaires just because you've taxed them more. They're like, I'm not going to bother with making that extra $20 billion this year because I'm going to lose 20% of it. Get the fuck out of here. That's ridiculous. It's about ego and being the best. It's not about the money. You can only spend so much fucking money. Gork, the billionaires will move to New Zealand where they'll be taxed 40%. I doubt it. It's the delusion of the Republican base. I mean, I don't think it's just Republicans. It's any fiscal conservative. Corpo Democrats is the same boat, right? Yeah, they all think I'm going to be a millionaire or a billionaire one day, so I want to make sure the rules are fair when I get there and trickle down my wealth on the poors. Just become a pigeon whale. You can shit on them today. Why wait? How does it feel now that your gameplay is deteriorating due to your advanced age? I don't know if it has. I mean, I haven't played Street Fighter in like years, right? Not consistently. And so I'm sure I could be just as good as I used to be, right? Age doesn't matter. It's a thinking man's game. Execution's easy. What makes me crazy is that hoarding stifles economic growth and kills liquidity, and politicians refuse to see that, but shareholders love it. My gameplay in FPS is deteriorating. I don't play those games, so I don't really know. It's not button spamming. Check TMs, you're not gonna have time for games. Alright, I'm not using that because people will panic. What people don't seem to realize is it's more feasible to lower the tax burden on the middle class if we taxed billionaires more. Yeah. But then the middle class starts to get an advantage, right? And they become more flexible and have greater wealth accumulation over time, and then they might not stay middle class. Not that there's many of them left, but all this talk about billionaires, please, Pickle Jar, remember to do all your manscaping on the clock to maximize pay play ratio. Exactly. As long as you're doing your manscaping at your billionaire provided job, that's all that matters. I can't wait to pay all those taxes on my GME billions. Super stock in 2021. Oh man. Yeah, I haven't seen one of those posts in a long time. Maybe at least they realized that thesis was fucking stupid. When's this gonna break out? This is boring. We hit 42.99.28. When those 65s capitulate, I mean, Gamma's down on this drag. I'm not really sure if we've lost any of the volume that was there. Maybe a little. Or the OI. There was a brief moment this morning where the 4265s were profitable. And the 4260s. Like right after market open. If you bought at the right time. Was Howl a better deal than Oxy? Probably slower to realize price improvement. What if everyone buys puts at 43.15 and it keeps going up to all-time highs? That's a possibility. Although the current positioning on the chain doesn't really have any strength above like 43.20. That could change. I mean, more calls could come in. But on what, right? Like, VIX is already fucking bottomed out. They keep having to sell like puts closer and closer to the money to buy more zero DTEs, which is creating a shitload of volatility exposure. Like the Vega exposure is rocketing, and it hasn't moved up in a long time. Like since the beginning of this year, the market maker's Vega exposure has been declining until like this last week. I'm planning on getting some GME calls for earnings at this price. No. Yeah, but now it is, Bruce. Back when you said that, it was still going up. $7.5 billion gamma on the next 3 at the money call strikes. Jesus fucking shit Christ. Yep. A little bit of it sold off right there. Although it'll probably just get bought back on the dip. Remind everyone that even if Jimmy has positive EPS, it's still not worth $25. There's nothing you can say to convince them of that. First of all, Jimmy Bulls don't know how to read a balance sheet. It's like explaining Dickens to someone who's illiterate. Like people that are bullish on Jamie at $25 do not care about its valuation. See, look, there you go. GME bulls, same like NVIDIA bulls. Yeah, except one of them's making a lot more money. That's correct, Bull Bear Pig. Or it's not just GME or Nvidia. Most of the market's really overvalued right now. Is this failure? Future sellers had enough? Hold on. I don't trust this at all. Ooh, NQ dumped. They're gonna like spike VIX to 15 and then sell a bunch more puts. Auction was a failure. A 13 week got 65. Wait, hold on. $65 out of 204 tendered. That was higher than implied, right? 53 out of 181. Yeah, 53 out of 177. What was the other one today? I mean, the reason no one wants to buy them is because they're not longer dated. The majority of their money is still gonna come from like the longer maturities, right? Not no one wants the short dated securities, but that's not unusual. Believe me, the banks that are carrying duration risk want to average that shit. Only 1/3 of every auction today was accepted. That's pretty bearish. Yeah, she's gonna have to target higher maturities. They got 68 bill from the 3 months, 61 bill from the 6th. 3 month filled 50% ish right at the high, and only 0.74% at the high for the 6 months. They're choosing NVIDIA over treasuries. Well, they're not giving up all their fucking gamma that they bought above 300. Not yet. That's such a terrifying statement. Are treasuries powered by AI? Because if they aren't, hard pass. Nvidia's not powered by AI either. They're a fucking chip manufacturer. Oh, thank you, Atomic. So Friday is 38, 50 billion. Today's 13 weeks, 68.3. Today's 26 weeks, 60.9. And today's 44 day, 50. Well, they got kind of close to their target, right? Well, they tendered a lot more than they got. So they wanted to raise more. They got a little less, but it's still like 178 billion today. That's a lot of juice. I mean, it's not. How is GME still green on the day? Because it's up 8 cents. Just because they're not buying shorter dated maturities doesn't mean they're not going to buy longer dated ones. I'll tell you what a lot of them probably don't want to do, and that's tie up money in, like 13-week or 26-week securities, to only have the yields rocket up on like 2 and 5 and 10. It depends on what you mean by very out of the money. Stefan. That's on spreading a thin layer of super glue on your teeth to prevent cavities. $100 million idea. Toxic? Pretty sure it's toxic. There's a cost analysis in the big banks of what the long-term return taxes future growth over decline equals max ROI. Yep. Once their equation hits, they'll pile in. Well, they each have a target. They're not necessarily the same, and then, you know, one of them piling in can trigger the rest of them piling in. $130 right now. It's 290, 285 puts. 4290, 4285. Okay, so but VIX isn't moving up here. Hmm. Ooh. Holy shit. I like that. Make me feel alive, SPX. Well, alternatively, they just spiked VIX and now they're going to sell a bunch of puts and buy even more zero DTE calls. But we'll find out in a minute. Yeah, I don't trust this at all. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. They're still buying 42.80, 42.75 in the money calls. So they're pushing back against the future sell off here. If they start shorting VIX again, that's going to be pretty bullish. Hmm. $42.85 calls being bought. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Ugh. Are we not done with volatility yet? I don't think this is like the big turnaround just yet. I hope it is, but it's definitely unconfirmed. SPX refuses to be read. I mean, it was there for a brief second, right? If this breaks 42.65, can we get the bear song? Yes, but only because I bought some 42.65s. I don't think they're gonna print any harder than they have. I already put a stop on them. Yeah, they're gonna start to pump this, I think. They got VIX up now, right? So now they can sell more puts. They're not done adding to their risk. FSLR dumping. Cool. Nice. I wonder if I should close out some of my puts here. That's a big fat dump. I was gonna buy a couple more puts after a cross of 4,300, but oh well, I have a lot. I grabbed a couple when we were testing. Not a ton, but like a few 0 DTEs and some like 5 DTEs. 4,300s are still on the chain, yeah. They are reduced though. Some of them sold off on the drop. The entire strategy relies on everybody else in the market doing almost nothing. Yeah, but here's the thing, if you keep driving it higher, you're definitely going to find a seller, right? Is that doorman position still available? I think so. You want an application? So all the super stackers in here this morning that were getting all excited about GME moving up, what did you learn? Oh, I'm the one that gets to be smug. You don't do my smugness for me. Moody's just issued a statement saying the debt cap deal is consistent with a stable USA outlook. AAA. Nice. Treasury sold 164 billion in treasuries this morning. That's correct. If sellers come in at lower prices, driving it higher is pointless. It's true. I was in the car when we tested, so I couldn't. We might get another chance of these pump addicts. Yeah. I mean, it already looks like they're starting to sell puts, so this could easily just turn right back around. What do you make of Tesla's price action today? Have we reached a local high, or is it consolidating for another leg up? Um, Elon made some announcement today about selling off their tech, but it's just sitting at resistance. So, I mean, I'm pretty okay continuing to enter positions here for the downside. I'm not going too far out of the money, but I have like a target of like, I don't know, like 190. It may exceed that. But if it pulls back to 190, I think my 170s I might be able to get them out from underwater. And then I'm going to pick up some like 190, 195s, and then I'm probably also going to sell some bear call spreads. There are a lot of sold calls at 4,300 right now. Somebody might not want them to go in the money. That's true. They're not a lot, and it's slightly more sold than it is bought, or it was this morning. And with the zero DTs, I doubt that's true now. VIX hasn't really done anything. No point in them selling puts now. What? VIX went up to 15. That's they just want it up so they can sell more puts. I went from 1486 to 15. They don't care. A little extra premium is a little extra premium, right? You take profits on a big swath of zero DTEs, let the market dump, then sell puts, and then buy more zero DTEs at a discount, right? It's effective. Vegas sensitivity on far dated puts is fairly high. Some of them are like a 5-7x multiplier, especially the nearer the money they sell them. Is there a ticker for the Vega exposure you were talking about? I don't think so. I mean, CBOE might have some kind of index for Vega. Probably. Um, there's Vega weighted dispersion. And there's the skew index. Vega weighted dispersion's going down, which would, I guess you could draw that conclusion off that. Well, no, because they now they're buying 0DTs again, right? That doesn't mean it's gonna rebound. It's you're attributing far more power to the positioning than it has. One second. We rip yet? No. Lame. Big news, you no longer have to say, hey Siri. You can just yell Siri. Apple to 4 trillion market cap incoming. Jesus Christ. Out of money call position is getting a little less confident, which I like. Did Cat Lady bring you food? No, my food delivery came. What type of cheese is your all-time favorite? That one's easy. Pecorino Romano. Oh yeah, Gruyere is amazing. I love most cheeses, but Pecorino Romano is the best cheese. Mm-hmm. Yep. More than Parmigiano Reggiano. I know, it's crazy. You talk about the one with the maggots in it? That's disgusting. What about Ray Romano? Does he own a cheese company now? I know, it's an insane statement, Wetzel's, but it's true. Sardo is the normal one without maggots? Oh, I've never had that one. I've had Toscano. Do you make spaghetti sauce very often? Occasionally. Isn't it Italian sin to add a bit of sugar? It's fucking disgusting. Have you made your own mozzarella? Once. I didn't like it, so now I just buy it. I was really bored during the pandemic. Cacio e pepe, it's good. It's not my favorite dish, but it's good. What are the chances that DDS does another one of their giant surprise special dividends with all their excess cash? They just did one not that long ago. What are the sugars to cut the acidity? Just cook it longer. If you want it less acidic, you can just cook it longer instead of making your pasta sauce taste like dog shit. There is no balance. No matter how little sugar is added to pasta sauce, you can always taste it. And it's awful. Should we add butter? You can add more olive oil too. You can cook it longer. You can add cheese. Yeah, you can use a mirepoix or a that's more like a ragu though. Or sofrito. You ever use fish sauce to boost the umami? No, but I made Alfredo one time with miso. Like a red miso. That was really fucking good. It was like wild mushrooms and red miso Alfredo. I know, it sounds disgusting. Halloumi's good. Very firm. Ratio of miso to heavy cream? I didn't use heavy cream, just butter and cheese. So it's butter, cheese, miso. I don't remember what the ratio was. I think I used like, I don't know, like a tablespoon of miso to a pound of pasta. I've never had uni cream pasta. I could see that working though. Does uni cook well? I've never had it cooked. I don't have issues. Sugar and pasta sauce is disgusting. Miso is not sugary, right? It's not sweet. I You likely use uni like you would an egg yolk and carbonara. Okay, that kind of makes sense then. These all sound very calorie rich. They are. You put potato salad in your gumbo? Ew. Well, first off, I don't fucking eat gumbo. Um, but I definitely want to put potatoes in it. Have fun at the dentist. I think Vic's shorting scheme is slowly breaking down. No shit. But they just have that. Maybe it's. Here's the thing, though. Consider this for a second. They just haven't spent all the credit yet. Stop being bullish, you shill. I'm not. I'm trying to be realistic. I never want to see people get burned, dork. Even though it's funny. Hope doesn't keep the lights on. When I become the 99th pontiff, we're going out to eat nothing but gumbo and pho all day. I mean, there's nothing in the Pontiff agreement that says I have to eat the food you're eating. As far as I know, the entire contract is currently verbal and spread across more streams than any legal researcher is going to dig into. Are they even true Americans? Who can immediately hold them back from who can hold them back from immediately spending all their credit? Well, they could just wait until calls are cheaper, right? Code word panic, rip because I'll have you on earbuds. Okay. What's gumbo? It's a stew from the South, specifically Louisiana, of Creole origin. It's usually like shellfish and a roux, and then like celery, bell pepper, and onion, some spices, served over rice. Sometimes you can get some sausage in there, some shrimps. The Holy Trinity, yeah. That was longer dated look gamma looking on SPX. I really hope bearish. More bearish. Ooh. Yeah, some of the call support's breaking down. There's still a decent amount of call support at 250 or 4250. But puts are coming in all the way down to 4200. So right to the gamma flip point. And then the gamma flip point down to 4150 looks pretty negative. Although not a lot of gamma because it's so far out of the money, right? But the OI down there looks put heavy. A lot of that's maybe sold though. I've never panicked at the disco. Gumbo or paella? Paella. Dark roux? Yeah, it's a dark roux. It's actually a bitch to make well. I use a dark roux to make biscuits and gravy. And it's phenomenal. Do you have gas or electric? I have an electric stove, which I hate. Mostly just because it's not that like electric stoves are bad. It's just that it's really hard to modulate temperature on them. But I have like an induction, like a countertop, like induction burner that I use for most things. And that's, you can set that to whatever temperature you want. My dad was a short order cook and made the best biscuits and gravy out of all the cooks. The trick is to make the dark roux using the sausage grease and some other secret stuff I won't say. I'll say it. Sage and brown butter. And sausage. Just get the sausage in there, right? Some coffee? That's like red eye. Stop spilling all of these secrets you didn't know. I refuse to eat. I refuse to eat biscuits and gravy out unless I'm in the South. I was not a chef. I worked in a kitchen. I wasn't a chef. I just did like prep when I was in like right after high school, first year of college. I worked in a kitchen for like a couple weeks and I fucking hated it. You just do the same goddamn thing all day. Everyone's high as fuck on cocaine at like 5 p.m. By like midnight, they all just want to kill each other. It's super depressing, awful environment. I don't know how cooks do it or chefs. I bet you can chop vegetables really nicely though. Yeah, but I didn't learn that there. I still sucked at it when I quit. How do you mess up biscuits and gravy? You need tons of milk and butter. That's basically it. No, 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 no. It's the seasoning. People fuck up the seasoning. So it just tastes like milk and butter, which is fucking gross. You deleted his message, Torque. You timed him out. Respect. He's clearly just never had good biscuits and gravy. That's some like IHOP biscuits and gravy. Or Denny's. Hey Pickleman, you used to threaten us with leaving when MOASS happens. Now that we know MOASS will never happen, there's a distinct lack of this threat hanging over us. What do? Also, I've been here longer than a year. Thanks, man. I would say that the new persistent threat is I get moderately bored with this and just walk away. I wish I could eat biscuits and gravy right now. Why do you want to have you just want to do nothing for the rest of the day? That's the worst part about good biscuits and gravy for breakfast is that it should absolutely ruin anything else you were going to do that day. False, Atomic. You're wrong. Sadly, SF6 is actually really good. I liked it. What little of it I've played so far, I liked a lot. I liked it a lot better than Street Fighter 5. I just bought some out of the money calls to see if it bounces. I don't actually know if it's going to. VIX keeps driving up, and they're selling puts, but they're not really getting any. They're not getting any traction. Ooh, that sounds really good, Knuckleballer. Okay, call me crazy, but and now hear me out. Eggs Benedict with half hollandaise and half breakfast gravy. Ugh. You've gone too far. Are you playing Diablo 4 today? I don't know, I might. With biscuits on the bottom. What's you know what I had that was well, I did this one time. I took sage sausage patties, put them on biscuits with poached egg on top, and then gravy. And then I went to sleep for 7.5 hours. Tomato gravy? What the fuck are you talking about, Ben? In April, after I left the police canteen job, I went to work at a restaurant in the Adriatic Sea Beach. The head chef was an old woman. She was mentally crazy and needs to stay in a psych ward. Yeah, most chefs are pretty nuts. I've known a couple that were normal, but it's rare. Tomato gravy is real. I haven't tried it yet, but I would be game. Hmm. I don't like it. It's just got ketchup in it? What region is that from? Is that from somewhere specific in the South? Tomato gravy is just New Jersey spaghetti sauce. Girk, I'm building my tan, working on my fitness, and obviously regularly manscaping on the clock. Do you have any other pointers to really help my OnlyCav subscriber base grow to fund my degenerate port and pigeon whale subcosts? I would love to hit your numbers someday. Um, hmm. Let me think. You have children, right? Have you tried setting your children up with some simple spread accounts so they can sell out of the money spreads for you every day and pay for themselves? And it's gonna level up your game if Gherk and Gherk are doing some, 10% yield on risk every day. And then, also busy 9 to 4. It'll give you a lot of free time. No, no catch up. We would never waste that prized possession. How is it red then? Or where, like, what are you just using a whole tomato? I'm looking this up. This looks fucking disgusting. Tomato paste. And chopped tomato? It looks like vomit. It's gotta be some like deep south fucking shit, like Alabama or something. Where does this come from? Don't lie, you secretly dream of being chef at your own Waffle House in Regina, Saskatchewan to introduce AJ and the connects to the wonders of sage, thyme, and the spice called black pepper. Oh, God. We could call it Canadians discovering spices. This would work equally well in England, north of London. Regina? Arkansas doesn't do that excuse for gravy, no. I'm really curious where it comes from. I can't find anything. Canada, same like Midwest. Well, a lot of it is, yeah. Every gas station and truck stop in Mississippi has it. Okay. Huh. I mean, there's a lot of recipes for it. Oh, here we go. Origin. Southern Living has an entire article about the geographic epicenter for tomato gravy. If you ask a Georgian, they may tell you their aunt from Alabama made it. If you ask someone from Alabama where to get it, they'll offer you a look of confusion. In Mississippi, they might offer you a list of their favorite diners or even offer to cook you some. That's a very roundabout way of saying it's from Mississippi. They used the term ethnic Italians in that article. That's. I'm insulted. It's pronounced Italian. Uh, that's because the aunt is also your sister. Oh boy. I've been to the UK. I lived there. Weren't you like five? I was five, six, seven, eight, and nine. I don't sound British, Rusty. The British boil their beef, and that's all that has to be said about that. Lots of people boil meat. The tragedy of British food is the net sum of all British culinary contributions can be eclipsed by one Indian innovation called curry. uh, yeah. Have you been to New York City? Boiled glizzies everywhere. This is true. Let's put another Cheerio on the Barbie or whatnot. That's Australian and goodbye. Or hello. I guess lots of Americana cuisine is what poor people made with the scraps of almost rotting food. Tomato gravy sounds like it. The people who could afford fresh food were eating European meals. I mean, most like steak sauces and catsups were developed to hide the flavor of rancid meat before refrigeration was more mainstream. I heard someone talking about making steamed chicken with boiled broccoli on the side. I left the room immediately. Yeah, what about? I mean, beef stew is technically boiled meat. It's just not boiled in water. Yeah, I've done sous vide. That's moderately tepid water, but it's not actually. It's cooked by the temperature of the water, not in the water. Chicken tikka masala was invented in the UK. Yeah, I know. Braised meats are boiled technically. Are they? Ooh, I want to make short ribs tonight. Have you ever cooked meat with unflavored air? Yorkshire pudding's amazing. I'll give the British that. Pouring batter and boiling oil, they've nailed. Are we looking bearish after that retest and fail? I mean, it doesn't look particularly good, but there's still an hour and a half left, and there's still a lot of calls at 4,300 through 4,315. They haven't given up yet. And recently, they've been very good at getting those calls in the money. Oh, I have hiccups. This is bad. Do you cut the strangle when losing legs hit negative 50%? I have 7 DTE SPX 280 4285P and 4295C. Why didn't you put a stop on the call earlier when it was up? I keep strangling with zero GT options. I'm starting to realize I would make more money if I sold my ranges and made money on theta instead of delta. Yeah, frequently. How do you turn on real-time VIX on WeBull? I tried Googling first, but all the hits were not relevant, so please don't thrash me too hard. Or does it make you happy? Or do it makes you happy. I don't remember. I'm probably not much help there. There's like an option to do it. It might be under like the like paid data shit. Yeah, I'm in New York City. Why? STX 4280 a market crash? No. Next lesson will be on Boudin. Hmm. Can you get a new hat for the regard that says set stops? Oh, you have to do it through the app? That's fucking stupid. Really? Oh fuck. This is getting kind of bearish. It's taken all day, but I like it. Although this is kind of the resistance from earlier, right? Where we bounced. No, no, slipped it a little. New intraday low. Those are words I haven't gotten to say in a while. It's taken all quarter. I fucking wish it would, man. God. I just want to wake up tomorrow to the market being 500 BPS down. Zemetica? It's a piece of shit. That's why we don't talk about it. Who talks about Zom? Oh, we're not talking about Zom. We're XOM. We're talking about ExxonMobil, not Zemetica. You being so bearish and wishing for downs makes me so horned up. Oh yeah. Proper Tesla breakdown? Let's see. Yeah. um that's pretty good, right? Oh god, I have so many puts, so many places. Here's my wish list. I want SPY below 4113 or 413. So 4130. I want SPX below 4050. I want VIX to 22. And I want Tesla, Lilly, Nvidia, Apple, and Google to dive off a cliff. Also, QQQ to 340. It's not a lot, right? I feel like I'm not being greedy. Market not a fan of Apple's $7,000 laptops. Imagine if they'd released like a budget, like a Chromebook equivalent for like $200 more than a Chromebook. Their stock would be $250 by the end of the day. They're no. Iron Centaur is not a thing. Speaking of dump into clothes, did JFresh ever make good on his Nvidia $400 bet? I don't know. You know, he has like toddlers in his house. You can always just have one of them shit in a diaper and take a picture. So, I mean, what are you really gonna get out of that? Satisfaction? I don't think so. Gurk, you didn't say GME. I don't care what GME does. You don't want it to drop? I bought back my covered calls already. All the people who are worried about GMECC sure have gotten quiet. Isn't this like always the case? Remember that time where like me and JFresh, I don't remember what it was. I think it was after January. Me and JFresh sold like shitloads of in the money covered calls, and everyone was like, "Haha, you guys are gonna get blown up," and then they all went out of the money. I remember that. That was awesome. I sold them so deep in the money too. Oh no, my CSPs. Oh god. I mean, usually if I buy them back, they're still up, right? Theta does decay. It's pretty rare that I buy them back at a loss. What, October? But I just saw them again. My Costco package was delivered. Is this bullish? I don't know. What did you buy? Bulk barrel of lube? 3 TVs. Then yes. It's bullish for inflation. Nope, no news. But the out of the money calls are selling off. 4280, 4275 still have some open interest. 4270 also. But we're about to slide down into the massive amount of puts at 4265. This is awesome. So they failed to pump, right? Because they definitely sold more short puts here. And they just didn't get any traction on the call side. Like, they were buying calls through this whole period. Dork. This is exciting. Also awesome are my upstart puts. Nice. Are you gonna try to average down your Tesla puts to get out even? No. I'm probably just gonna keep buying more like 195s and 200s. The 170s are they're there. If it drops hard, they'll print. I already averaged them down once, so I'm not gonna do it again. I did sell some bear call spreads. We're still above gamma neutral, so we're like $70 above gamma neutral. There's a long way. There's a long way to go down before things get really bearish. VIX went up like 10 cents when they sold puts. I think their leverage is weakening. I mean, it should be. VIX is super fucking low. I mean, at this point, they have to sell like puts like almost at the money. I mean, Friday they were selling them at like 250 and like 4250 and 4260, which is super fucking risky. White House said U.S. is seeing increasing levels of aggressiveness by China's military. Said U.S. prepared to address growing aggressiveness. Released when the market dumped. This is what I propose for a war between us and China. Much like the Himalayan border, we just fight each other with sticks. I think they've got it figured out. Or, yeah, well, dance off. That could be cool too. The US is going to defend TSM. I mean, Taiwan. Exactly. Pants off, dance off between Xi and Joe. Actually, that sounds amazing. You know that the Chinese have better kung fu, right? Sticks, they win. Not all of them. Who is Apollo? He invested $2 billion in AT&T. Apollo, it's a hedge fund. Nice. He's a little late to the party, but cool. I love picking shit before major hedge funds take positions. That's my favorite. Like Upstart. Although they did get a better initial price than me. Mm. Sorry, 1 second. I'm just trying to manage something here. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. All right. Son of a bitch. Bear pennant. Shout out to the guy who said the live VIX was the mobile app. I found it. It's free. You just need to claim it. That's what I thought. Yeah. It doesn't. I don't think it costs anything. SPX you might have to trade it a certain number of times, but I don't. Maybe not. Lower highs, it might break down. Well, some of the call positioning's breaking down. Now it's starting to break down at like 42.80 and a little bit at 42.75. So it's possible. If we start to fall, there's not a lot of downside support. Let me see how this is. Hold on one second. I want to look at if positioning's shifted at all. There was a little change earlier, but you reckon BTU has seen its low? I mean, possibly. I think in a big market downturn, if commodities haven't started to heat up, then, you know, BTU could drop again. But, I don't know. I mean, I waited months to get another opportunity to buy back in, you know, below 20. So, it may not come again. Okay. So yeah, big put interest to the downside right up to like gamma neutral coming in today, and then there's still some 40 like positive gamma at 42.50. That one I'm not too sure about. I don't know. That might be sold puts. GM, it's like 41.91. Probably a little closer to 4,200 today. Although DN and GN were diving on Friday, like they were starting to move down on Friday. So I guess it's possible they could move lower, which is good. Was it too bearish to want a PE of 20 on SPX by June 2024? It's only a 20% drop from here. I don't think that's unreasonable. I mean, I think like historically the average PE of the S&P is like 16 to 18. Right now it's trading significantly higher. And then also like inflation is part of that though. No, I didn't. I just closed. I wanted to close out the rest of my bear call spreads because the conditional order wasn't triggering, so I didn't want to leave them open. Is it too bearish to want SPX 4200p weekly to go in the money? It's not ridiculous. right? Wait, did I buy this for July? Hold on. Oh, okay. They waited until calls were dirt cheap before a pump. I mean, they still haven't bought a lot of calls yet. 4280 is going back up. 4300 a little bit. 90, 85. I'm not too sure on those. They definitely some put selling. Full bull boys. Any insights from the Treasury auction today? Not really. I mean, it was mostly short-dated securities. I think that they got like the total they were looking to get. It was like 178 billion, I think. Bull Trap will depend on futures, right? But futures look like they're breaking down. I mean, we got our double top, so not that they can't regain that much ground. We've seen them do it before. SPX red on the day, but VIX crushed again, so my July puts are red. I mean, SPX is like barely, it's barely red on the day. It's down like 5 BPS. Felt good to be a bear for like 20 minutes there, but the day's not over. Right, do you guys want to watch this, or do we want to watch this? The euphoria will keep me going all week. I mean, it's sold off after the last bounce. There's no reason to think it won't again. A lot of the call leverage to the upside was already lost. So they either have to fully rebuild the positioning to the upside, which they could do. It's very cheap right now. Or this is just gonna fail more, right? Let's watch American Gladiators. SEX read of the day. How it felt. Oh, the Battle of 4300. I don't think there's gonna be all that much of a battle up here. It may be a little while till the rest of the call positions are closed out, but they've been closing all day. I mean, it's not a great position to be in as a bull and like trying to run up through the JPM collar this far from its expiration. Will you put a bear suit on your cat if we break 4250? Absolutely not. Excuse me? Do you think good put entries will be out there tomorrow? Yeah, sure. Man, someone tried to stop that fucking momentum. I hope they get blown the fuck up. Blow up all the short puts. Crash this bitch. Let's go. Oh, I mean, being an asset manager and looking at your fucking portfolio and then the macro data and thinking, wow, everything I own is trading like at like a 10x multiple of its forward earnings for the next 5 years. And then just holding it? What the fuck is wrong with these people? Just write a letter. Hello, shareholders of XYZ Fund. Due to current market conditions, we have decided to allocate more of our positioning to cash and bonds. It's so easy. You can't write that letter until after you've dumped the bags, though. True. Dear shareholders, we're YOLOing puts with both hands. Buckle up. I wish Cohen had told us all that at the shareholders meeting. Why didn't he just say puts, let's go? He's Canadian. We would have understood. It's fine. My puts are printing. I didn't get a chance to sell the last dip because my hands were covered in mortar. Just stop playing with your deck, man. Get out of here, bulls. It's really hard to have a pimento of doom when all of the positioning expires at the end of every day. I hope after the market crashes, they blame retail buying zero DTEs and then they get rid of the zero DTEs because they don't need them anymore. The Apple goggles start at 3.5K. They're going to sell so many of them. They'll sell more of them than they make. I'll tell you that much. See, this guy's already thinking about buying a pair. America running hard on the greater fool theory. Market turning off zero DTs. Same like the Fed shutting down on RRP. Big flashing green lights. The bottom is in. Yeah. Yeah, if CBOE is like, these are too dangerous and gets rid of them. If we had enough YouTubers preaching selling CCs and buying zero DT SPX, we could get some downside momentum. Power to the pores. No, we can't. Because half those people will buy calls because they don't trust it. It's clearly like the first Apple Watch or iPad. This will be everywhere in a couple years when they drop the price. I can't wait to see people get mugged on the subway while wearing them. It's going to be hysterical. There's going to be so many videos. I can't wait to mug someone on the subway while wearing them. I don't ride the subway, but I watch videos from the subway because they're funny. Walk, Uber, I own a car. If the headset is not designed to wear while you're out of your house, it will fail miserably. No one is wearing this in public. It'll fail miserably if they can't. What's Apple's whole thing is being mobile. You're a mobile content creator, right? And you only use Apple devices and you're super empowered. That's their whole sales pitch. Like, look at me, a professional on the go with my Apple, all my Apple devices seamlessly linked together in perfect harmony. Apple people don't stay home, they go kayaking. What a dumb product. Does nobody remember when Google Glass people were getting punched in the face? No. What's the name of the new non-USB cable people will need that will degrade in 2 months and cost $100? I don't know, but it'll happen. I don't go kayaking. I go paddleboarding, and it's classy. I don't think you're disproving my point here. Nice, Danarchy. Was he watching porn? That's what I assume anytime I see somebody wearing a VR headset. I saw somebody playing Beat Saber in like Union Square the other day, and I was like, wow, they're really jerking off a lot of people at once. uh the headset is hands down way better than anything on the market. I remember starting the project in 2017 and still have the original schematics. I don't think they will become a huge seller. Probably not. Was it to yourself, or it was definitely loud enough for people to hear. I think I have a VR headset somewhere. I've never taken it out of the box, but I own one. Someone gave it to me as a present. I don't know which one it is. It's one of the popular ones. Would VR that directly connects to the senses brain appeal to you? Or is that scary? I mean, as long as they've done experiments on other people first, I'm down. What was the VIX candle at 1503? SPX started to sell off, and someone sold an absolute fuck ton of puts in order to kill the momentum, I assume. It seems to have been successful, at least for now. What do you think about an AR headset for employees that can't be removed until the day's productivity quota has been met? Could help solve inflation. Productivity is way down. Yeah, Kendra's still here. He's just lurking, hiding in the dark, darting from shadow to shadow, licking his lips in anticipation. I don't think so. I think I might have finally gotten rid of Stefan. Thank God. If you make white in the dark, is it really white? Could be. We'll need more TPS reports to investigate the productivity problem. Yeah, we know you're here, Surface Smurf. Hi, Stefan. Did someone just break their Apple NDA? The Apple police are coming. That's not my problem. I thought for sure he'd pop in when you started talking about the money supply. He's gone down a dark path of hyperbolic YouTube conspiracy based on Russia stealing all the gold and bricks. Russia and China are going to make bricks together, and they're going to build a new wall. They both love walls, so I will say that they might be successful. Is there a play on bots after all this action, or is it better to go off the individual tickers? I mean, you could. I don't know how liquidity is on bots. A giant wall of solid wall of gold sounds awesome. It's gonna be built out of bricks, mortared together with crude oil. Shoot, I had a free one. Thanks, Odorous Dan. You could just use the gold to create an ultra efficient, massive processor, though. I guess. And then what do you do with it? AI? Bipolar, but no one cares. Quiet. I have the gold. Give me the gold. Guy from Georgia Leprechaun video. Head and shoulders on SPX? On SPX? Like on the 1 minute? Yes. Sloppy, but is there a reason someone is desperately trying to prop SPX up in perpetuity? Yeah, they have a bunch of bags they need to sell. before they become heavier. Needs more yelling. The juice caboose is loose. It's power hour, guys. Why did you DM me Bipolar Bear 722? I'm not gonna go hunt down your other YouTube account and unban it. Just use one of your other, like, 13 accounts. What is this a picture of? Cobra, what did you send me, man? Is this hash, eggs, country gravy, cheese, and pico de gallo? Hmm. Interesting. I want an MSTR leveraged ETF. That sounds fucking awesome. Waiting bipolar bear 721 to enter stage left. Are you gonna get a rainbow VWAP hat to support Pride Month? It takes like, I don't know if they have any rainbow hats. I guess I could get the letters rainbow. That might make walk-in leave for good. No, it won't. Oh, fuck is NVIDIA doing? Going back up? I got out of a meeting to see Jimmy clobbered. Calls took profits? What calls? Didn't make Lauren Boebert protest you? I don't know who that is. I have I have a t-shirt somewhere. I'll find it. Don't worry, she's irrelevant. Okay. Your ignorant bliss is enviable. I just don't pay attention to politics. I assume she's a politician or some sort of like content creator or something. She's the Sarah Palin of Colorado. Okay, I remember who Sarah Palin is. Politician or content creator, opposite ends of the spectrum. No, exact same thing. People whose only goal is to be noticed. All right, no more hot takes needed. Sorry, was I firing up your timeout button, Fluffy? You're a content creator. When are you running for mayor? When I'm no longer relevant. Those who can do, those who can't teach. I think you're missing a comma. There you go. Those who can teach do, and those who can do just do it. You should have written those who can teach do, and those who can do Nike. Did Fluffy shadow ban me? If so, I probably deserved it. No, I don't think so. Probably just timed out. Saying that while working at a college will get you in a lot of trouble. Those who can do, those who can do, those who can't teach, and those who can't teach PE. That's not true. Those who can't teach lots of subjects. Why do I need to restart Discord? Oh shit. I just got like kicked out of the room there. That was weird. Maybe it updated or something. It's a giant Head and Shoulders that's broken into a tiny Head and Shoulders that came off of a descending Head and Shoulders. So it was a Head and Shoulders, right, into another Head and Shoulders, that made then a tiny Head and Shoulders. We can call it the Quasimodo. Is there anything more satisfying than taking a big dump while the SPX takes a big dump? I don't know. I haven't tried that. Teach us how to make the worst carbonara recipe ever? What's wrong with my carbonara recipe? It's not eggplant parm for starters. Why do you have to add egg in it? That's how it's made. Carbonara doesn't have fucking cream in it. Calm down, Jets fan. Oh, okay. VIX back to 1482. Crime. Yeah. So I found that you don't want to start by adding the water. You want to add the water as you mix it in order to get the right consistency. If you add the water too soon, you can end up with like kind of a runny sauce and no way to fix it. So it's better to like kind of just start whipping it all together and then see what your consistency looks like. Add a little water, stir it some more, add a little water until you get it nice and silky but still clingy, right? Because if you overdo the water, and the water content of your eggs can vary, right? So like sometimes you don't really need a lot of water, sometimes you need a little more. Yeah, you could add more Parmesan, well, Pecorino, if it's too runny, but you don't have enough heat at that point, right? So then you're gonna start to make it kind of grainy. Yeah. Have you seen the video of the Michelin restaurant that makes the carbonara in a cocktail shaker? No. That's interesting. Okay, we're definitely talking about bubble hash. Sorry I haven't had a chance to bother you today. My job is at risk. This gentleman keeps coming into my office and starting to get too comfy. You gotta set some boundaries up, man. That's the only solution I can think of. Have you tried making the cheese plus starch gel via a blender? Ew. That's actually, you know what? Guancale is not just hands down the best. Okay. Guancale is the fattiest, but flavor wise, it's kind of lacking. Prosciutto or pancetta are both better on the flavor side. They just don't have as much fat. And yeah, the fat helps the emulsification, but Now, if you know someone who's got like a big prosciutto di Parma, and you can get like some of that fat back cut off in a big chunk, that's way fucking better than guanciale. Yeah, you could use tallow, but eh. He started calling me brother. He's for sure here to replace me. I mean, I'm Rims and Tims, I'm white. Everyone I work with is the same color as me at most of my jobs. I don't know what it's like to be the only person of color in an office environment and then to be replaced by a new person of color. Your situation is not something I'm experienced with dealing with. Like, do you think your bosses are so racist that they would just hire one other black guy to replace you? Like, as a direct affront to your position? I work for an aerospace and defense company, so yes. His bosses probably get a bonus for each person of a different color they acquire. This is an actual thing. Seriously? They get diversity and inclusion bonuses. Did anybody tell JPOW? Because we still don't have a Latino representation on the Federal Reserve Board. I'm just saying that everyone seems to be ignoring this aspect of what's going on at the Fed. Like, is this question just going to be repeated at the House Financial Services Committee meeting for the next 10 years? Like that one guy who's like, I've been trying to get in touch with you for 10 years. Guanciale? Sorry, Varex, for my Italian pronunciation ignorance. I didn't mean to offend you. I'll just call it pork jowl. It's worse than the Sith. At this company, there can be only one. Well, it sounds like you've got your work cut out for you. None taken. I'm not Italian. Wait, don't you live in Italy? What's up, Trina? How you doing? It's pronounced guacamole, you racists. All he has to do is get more social credit points. It's time he full on celebrates Pride Month. Someone told him that last week, when the other guy first got hired. All right, I'm headed off for on-site labor for the next 2 days. Enjoy the market crash, everybody. Awesome. I'm Irish. I'm a minority. Well, not in Ireland. Hanging in there. Nice to see you too, Trina. Irish American, fourth generation. For the rest of the week, do you see a retest of 420 or more likely a 430 test first? I mean, I think this was going to break down today and they stopped it. Hopefully that means it breaks down tomorrow. What's Yellen got on the docket for tomorrow? We got a 17 week. Oh, wait, no. The next one is Wednesday. We have the 17 week. And then on Friday, we have 4 and 8 week. Oh, 6/12 next Monday is going to be interesting. We have the 3-year note and the 10-year note. No tips offerings. Interesting. I'm a Euro poor from the poorest of European countries. Okay. I moved to live, study, work in Italy, but I'm thinking of moving away next year. Isn't Italy's economy notoriously awful? I can ignore you too. I know. Girk, I know you're cultured. Have you ever tried balut? I've seen it. Someone eat it, but ew. No, I can't. No, that's ew. They do announce the amounts though. I'm also curious to see what the TGA balance is. We'll know at the end of the day. Well, at least know Friday at the end of today. I'll offer my tip to the juice caboose. Man, she doesn't need your tip. Shouldn't some of these treasuries from last week settle tomorrow? Yeah, I don't think the settlement's all that important though. How can an economy built on tomato sauce be fragile? I mean, it's mostly built on cheese. I don't think tomato sauce is really balut. It's like a fermented egg with a lot, like a fermented fertilized egg. It's a fetal chicken. Okay, yeah. While we're on the subject of Filipino delicacies, I highly suggest anyone try Ginebra? A gin that tastes like rocket fuel. It catches fire when mixed with tang. Huh. When was the last time we dumped into clothes? Friday? I live in Ireland, and I don't get why Americans label people from Ireland as alcoholic. It's no worse than any other European country. So I think this goes back to when our nation was a bit waspier. And the Protestants, you know, well, not necessarily the Protestants, but like the Puritans, right? America's built on a lot of puritanical ideology, and drinking was always seen as like a vice of the lower class, and they thought the Irish Catholics were lower class, so they went hand in hand. Also, they drink a lot, so it's same reason the EU classifies every American as glun-slinging Westerners. Yeah, I think in the like Europeans' opinion of America is Texas. Do you ever get falafel from the carts in New York City? No, I don't want to get food poisoning. To be fair, compared to Europe, the USA is Texas. I mean, what parts of Europe are we comparing America to? Because there's another side of Europe that's maybe as uncivilized or more than the southern US. And they have just as many guns. Nobody talking about Moldova in here. But now our image of the US is more like San Francisco and Southside Chicago. Okay. Yeah, but that was World War II. Don't lie. Nobody has as many guns as us. There are four distinct places in the US: New York, Florida, Texas, and California. Everywhere else is just a subcategory of one of those. I don't know. I feel like Florida and Texas are kind of in similar boats, and most of California is also Florida. Russians actually do drink a lot. It's not a stereotype. Wait, what do they eat all the time? Foundation. Balut? Florida's a train wreck between the deep south and affluent New York. The transition happens somewhere around Orlando as you go south. I lived in Florida for like a couple months, and I never want to go back there again. The transition happens the second you leave DC. I'd just like to say that I kept and added BTU when it was down. I'm looking forward to when it's worth selling CCs on, though. I mean, you can. The yields just aren't great right now. And Florida's not bad for about a week if you're staying in a touristy area. I've spent some time in Miami, and it's just expensive. And you're still in Florida. Best red wine? They all taste the same. It doesn't matter. It's just spiked grape juice. I exited a strangle at 281% profit yesterday. On Sunday? You're almost as informative as Market Watch. Fuck you. About those southern Canadian states, they were just as hard to understand as the people I met in Louisiana. The Quebec, like, Quebec? Canadians speak English. I mean, they say sorry and a, sorry and a lot. But other than that, I mean, no, Ron DeSantis is not my father. I don't like that song, Fluffy. Evercore ISI says S&P 500 could hit 4450 by July 4th. Yeah, it could also hit zero by then. Miami expensive? I spent $31 on a French dip and fries yesterday. That's a little cheaper than New York. I am Mexican, German, and Irish, and I'm definitely an alcoholic. Be honest, Richard Scott of HCA C Suite fame is your father. I don't even know who that is. That's impressive that guy made money on Sunday. I know, right? I want to get back to that. But were the fries called frites to make the price acceptable? No. I mean the states just south of Canada in the middle. You mean the Midwest? Do you actually know your father? Serious question. Yeah. I mean, well, I did when he was alive. Is this all Yellen could do? 10 BPS down? She's only just begun. Are you implying that Mexico is sending the most appealing women to Texas, Popcorn Trader? What's the best build for D4? I don't know. Probably like one of the barbarian builds or something. I can tell you it's probably not sorcerer. Sorcerer sucks. I mean, I married one, so I'm a bit biased. That's true. I haven't played Necro yet. I've only played Druid. Well, that's not true. I played it in the pre-release, but or like the beta, but you couldn't get to like a level where there was any kind of decent build. Barb got nerfed a bit. Okay. Popcorn Trader is an enthusiast of cushion for pushing. He definitely gets the memo that the strongest, largest women in the U.S. are the Scandinavians of Minnesota. Have you played Gnome Bard? What? That's not a thing. No market data tomorrow? What do you mean? Did everybody read the daily DD today? I hope so. You can't be a gnome bard, no. You can look at the price of an at the money straddle on the expiration. Backhanded compliment. The daily DD that said, I have a headache, this is all you get. That's the one. What do you mean by interesting in quotes? The DD said how to play Gnome Bard in D4. No. There is no paladin. I was looking at it, it seems like an average 10 to 15% of residential homes in the US were bought by foreign investors. Do you think if they get spooked by US commercial real estate dropping? I mean, they could. Yes. I mean, that's one of the risks in CMBS. Not so much in residential real estate because the US's real estate market is still probably far more stable than the real estate market of their respective countries, right? Sell SPY 425 at a minor loss or hold overnight. Put or call, and what expiration? For 6.9 DD, can you give us the wiki DD on 69? Thanks. 425 June 9 puts. Well, why did you buy all that theta to take a loss today? I mean, if you were just buying it as an intraday trade, sure, but otherwise, you you bought more theta. I mean, you're gonna lose some overnight because you're still out of the money. I guess you were hoping to be in the money by the end of the day. There, is that better? Two DTE and $25 out of the money, enough for an overnight call hedge. Could be. You're going to lose a lot of value holding it overnight. I mean, it's better to buy more theta on the hedge, right? Because then if you don't need the hedge, you can sell it for more money. I don't remember what Dork and JFresh picked. I picked up today, then down. I think Dork said flat, or Dork was just down, and then JFresh was flat. We were up today and then down, but same day, so you're wrong. But I got the up part. Psh, I was the rightest. Ding ding. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. I think some of the positioning on SPX has started to break down a little, but VIX was unable to hold the higher levels today. It does look like longer dated call positioning, like the call positioning towards the end of this week on the 6/9 and 6/16 expiries has shed off today to some degree. And we are seeing more put interest accumulate from spot all the way down to gamma neutral. So at some point this week, there may be a push for gamma neutral. I mean, things don't really get bearish till we get to gamma neutral. At least not significantly so. So we've still got a ways to go down before, we have to worry about the downside occurring really, really rapidly, right? If you guys could, hit the like on your way out, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Everyone have a great night. Later.